Шановні гості, доброго дня ще раз. Вже закінчується наша реєстрація, тож запрошую всіх, друзі, заходити до зали, ми будемо починати.
So, we would like everybody to listen to our speakers. Dear participants, again, I would like to draw your attention that there are headphones at the entrance, and suppose you need them. The translation is available both in English and Ukrainian. You're welcome. And a very small technical detail. There are many people join us online. Some people could not come. So please text into the chat whether you hear well. Drop me a hint. How are things in YouTube? Is everything okay? Do you hear us? So let's start. Good morning, everybody. We are grateful to everybody to join our annual conference on EAP. We are very glad to meet you here, and today we will have a fruitful day. We will have fruitful discussions. Enlisted questions will be discussed, so give a hand to everybody. Good morning, everybody. Do you hear me well? My congratulations to everybody. We greet you at the EAP Conference Ukraine 2026. This is support of Ukraine while unlocking financing for eco-industrial parks. So our conference is within the frames of the global EAP conference. GEIPP-II Ukraine is realized by UNIDO and by means of SECO, the State Secretariat of Switzerland, within the cooperation with the Department of Agricultural Industrial Ministries. So it is very important to understand that we have sustained policies supported in order to develop eco-industrial parks. It makes the framework for the development of the benchmarks for EAP conference and sustained green recovery. Our conference is based on the national platform, during which we will have dialogue between between state business entities, international stakeholders. There are many of them here, and also financial institutions involved, and in order to be on the same page in eco-industrial park development. So we will have the J presentation and the discussions connected with the practical implementation of eco-industrial park implementation. Again, I would like to say hello to everybody. We are moderators of our conference today. We will be very glad to see active participation of yours, so please be ready with questions. The conference is available in Facebook, in YouTube, within the simultaneous interpretation, and I would like to ask QR code to be presented. You have it here. In YouTube, there is the URL to our conference. It is needed for questions to be put to EM Group with the description of all panels available. Please pick up whatever you like and the topic you like, and in commands you pose questions. They will be again read to the speakers. Suppose there is the air alert. All the participants may go to -1st floor of our building. In the neighborhood there is a civil shelter available, and then we will proceed in online format. So we will keep an eye what's going on, because safety matters. So let's start with the official part of the conference, and the floor is given to the participant online. We ask Deputy Prime Minister for European Integration, Mr. Taras Kachka. No sound. Annual conference. If you see this video, it means that I cannot physically be available here, but it is my honor to open the conference in eco-industrial parks. So the topic is green recovery, and it is very strategic. Ukraine underpasses very important processes. We defend our state, but we try to translate the issues practically. The recovery does not mean that we are going to return to pre-war period of time. We built the state according to the European standards, global standards of sustainable development within the context eco-industrial parks. These are not just tools. This is the new model of organization of industrial development. Eco-industrial parks make it possible to encompass the circular economy and all the demands to the industrial development in Europe. We try to go ahead to European Union, and within this context, industrial integration is a practical task for our economy. CBAM is the mechanism of import. The EU regulation provides that sustainable development meets the benchmarks of the development, and the demands is connected with the new reality. Eco-industrial parks create environment where all Ukrainian business entities will be in a line with internal strategies. So we will provide our infrastructure, our industrial infrastructure of eco-industrial parks as the tool in this process. So we should also have investment trust, and we should transfer from the concept to the financial projects, I would like to stress three issues. The first one is the consequences of policies. The development of eco-industrial parks is integrated into industrial, ecological, and renovation policies, and our task is to be holistic and to be fully integrated. The second point is European integration. Eco-industrial park is a live instrument of integration into EU eco-industrial systems and special links. And the third point is investment readiness. We actually prepare this investment environment. We cooperate with the entities, European entities, and I would like to stress the role of European partners, and it prolongs for more than 10 years. It is scaled in European development for 2024, which is realized along with the concepts of our state entities. So our new event encompasses the coordination with business entities, and this is not a kind of remote initiative. This is a part of our European future, and sustainability of the processes is very important here because eco-industrial parks are very important. I wish the fruitful discussion and concrete results. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Mr. Taras Kachka, for greeting words and for support of eco-industrial parks in Ukraine. And I would like to ask our guests. We actually ask the deputy head mission of Switzerland Embassy, Mr. Jean-Luc Berlusconi. Give a hand, please. And we ask the coordinator of UNIDO Development Office, Christian Stuzen.
It's a great honor to be here for this. I was here last year, shortly after my arrival in Ukraine, and it's great to see that we have, again, a lot of participants. I think the words of Deputy Prime Minister Kachka were saying it all about the importance of this program for recovery and for the future economic and prosperous development of Ukraine. Switzerland has been partnering up with Ukraine on economic sustainability for more than 25 years. And in 2022, shortly after the full-scale invasion, we had to make choices how to continue in the context, and we decided we need to continue on projects such as the Eco-Industrial Park program, because it's about recovery, it's about resilience, it's about a bright future for the country. So we decided to continue and even to step up the support. And I do believe, after being 1 year here and visiting several of the sites, that this was the right decision, also thanks to you, all the participants who are here. In our opinion, industrial park, especially eco-industrial park, offer a unique opportunity for investment, for productive investment, for green investment. Green investment and green recovery is, of course, about environmental preservation, but by the same token is about resource efficiency. And in the current context, you know better than I do how important it is to efficiently use such resources as energy and water. So this is absolutely critical, even or foremost in the current context. So we're very, very, very proud to be able to support this process. There are policy dimensions also, and we hope that the Ukrainian Parliament will soon be able to amend the law on industrial parks to take into account the specificity of eco-industrial parks. Again, Deputy Prime Minister Kachka stressed the importance that this has also in view of the European integration process. So we're hopeful that policy policy developments will happen soon. The good news is that standards for eco-industrial parks already exist. They have been adopted last year, if I'm not mistaken. The certification process is ongoing, and we hope to see the first certified eco-industrial parks this year, and we will be happy to celebrate this. So with these few words, again, my sincerest thanks on behalf of the Swiss Embassy, on behalf of the Swiss government, to all participants. We will be with the colleagues on a field visit starting this weekend to Cherkasy and to Chelmitsky to visit some of the sites again, and it's always a pleasure to see the work of real people in the field in the eco-industrial park. So thank you very much for this, and I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Banaskani. Mr. Christian Suzanne, your words.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you. And it's for me, even if some people back home always say, what, you're going to Ukraine? I always tell them, it is much better than you would believe. And I think this is also the message we could send out at the COP, at the Conference of Parties, to the Conference of Climate Change in Belém last year in November. Ukraine organized a session. We were invited to participate in this session. And we could spread the gospel that there is not only investment taking place in Ukraine, which already surprised people a lot, but there is investment taking place in a responsible, in a sustainable way. And this is our mandate as the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, to support a sustainable and inclusive industrial development. Here in Ukraine, we are doing this in partnership with the line ministries involved and with the strong ongoing support from Switzerland through its State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. We are now in the second phase of this project to support the transition of industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. And often I'm being asked, I meet people on the train, I meet some of my friends whom I meet rarely, and they ask, so what is this, an eco-industrial park? And it is, in a nutshell, a park which has compliance plus. It's a park, an industrial park, which has a better environmental performance, a better social performance, a better management performance, and all of this is supported by better economic performance. We are talking private sector entities, and unless they can be competitive and more effective than their concurrents and than the competitors, they will be out of the market. So this is an important message. And I think this is particularly important for a country like Ukraine, where the building back better is important. Where building back to standards, better standards than before, and to standards will allow the integration into the European market. I think this is this transition of industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. And the work we can support in Ukraine is, on one hand, we can cooperate with government to create a conducive policy and regulatory framework. One of the key achievements was the adoption of the national standard for eco-industrial parks, which now defines in the Ukrainian context what makes the difference between an industrial park and an eco-industrial park, and which also defines which benefits a private sector entity which is willing to go the extra mile to become an eco-industrial park can expect from government. In parallel, UNIDO is cooperating with the World Bank, IFC, and the German technical corporation GIZ in the development of an international standard for eco-industrial parks. Ukraine was the second country in the world to adopt a national standard. Yet what we have seen, national standards are very valuable instruments, because this is allowing a park to reap certain benefits which only a national government can grant to a private sector entity if they perform according to predefined criteria. If you want to attract foreign direct investment on a global scale, you need to have a common benchmark. You need to be able to demonstrate that a park in Ukraine is better than a park in Colombia or in South Africa or any other country in the world. And this is where this international standard will become a very helpful tool to demonstrate in a comparable way how well a park is performing in these domains of environmental performance, social performance, and economic performance. In Ukraine, we can also support not only the development of these policies, and again, I want to join in with my colleague from the Swiss Embassy, that we hope that also this process of the industrial park law can soon be completed, that we have then the legal instruments required for industrial park development with a dedicated chapter on eco-industrial parks. In parallel, we can work with private sector entities, park management entities and their tenant companies to facilitate the transition of industrial park towards an eco-industrial park. And just in a nutshell, what we do, we first work with the tenant companies to demonstrate that investments in resource-efficient and cleaner production can not only be beneficial for the company, but they can also be beneficial for the environment. So we can create this win-win situation to demonstrate how companies can save money, be more effective, and in the same time reduce their environmental impact. Once this work is done, and once you know, I would say once you know the flock of the industries in your park, we can facilitate industrial symbiosis, where the waste of one company can become a factor input into the manufacturing process for the neighboring company. And an industrial park is the ideal ecosystem to facilitate such cooperation. We can then also look beyond it to see how the park management entity can provide additional services to its tenants and how we can facilitate urban industrial symbiosis. Quite often neighboring communities don't have the waste management facilities, and a park which invests into generation of biogas from organic residues can also take in organic residues from neighboring municipalities. So this is urban industrial symbiosis. So that in the end of the day, also not only the people working in the park directly benefit from it, but also the neighboring communities. This is just, we will hear more about this. My colleague Cesar Barahona and my colleague Anton Kleshov will give you an outlook, a detailed outlook on what we are doing. But this is just to give you a little bit of a general idea what can be done here. And again, it is, for me, it is a pleasure to see how much can be achieved in Ukraine. And it is for me also a very encouraging signal that this country, despite the challenging circumstances, is going in the right direction to build up an industry which is sustainable, to build up an industry which will be competitive on the European and international scale. And we are looking forward to continue cooperating with our partners from Ukraine to support them in this trajectory. Thank you very much. Дякую.
Thank you, gentlemen. Оплески. Це був Жан-Люк Бернасконі, заступник голови місії Посольства Швейцарії в Україні, та пан Крістіан Сюзан, координатор з промислового розвитку Організації Об'єднаних Націй.
Дякуємо,
Дякуємо.
що підтримали нас. Дякуємо, що вірите в потенціал України. Дякуємо нашим міжнародним партнерам. Ну, а зараз хочу перейти до глобальної програми, презентації цієї програми.
Global discussions, and the floor is open to the leading expert and UNIDO project coordinator, Cesar Barahona. Please give the hands to the speaker and the national coordinator of the UNIDO project, Anton Kleshov. Please give the hands to our panelists.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for coming here and taking the time of sharing with us today. We hope you will have time to get to know each other and get to build good relationships and strengthen some alliances and hopefully get some nice discussions and maybe learning something. Let me start my short presentation. I will just give you the basics. Sometimes, maybe You could have heard about that before, but I want to set the ground to give the floor to the real people who is running this program, which is the industrial parks, the service providers, the team in Ukraine, and basically all the companies beneficiaries of this program. Let's go back to the beginning, right? What is an eco-industrial park? Because we have the idea that an industrial park is a piece of land where you have industrial activities. What is the difference with an eco-industrial park is that these businesses in the plot should work together as a community. They should help each other. They should make sure that they achieve goals together. They should be profitable. This is the basics. You cannot run a business if you are not profitable. They should be environmentally friendly. Why do we want to be environmentally friendly? Not because we are nice people. It's because if we destroy the environment, the business is over. We cannot continue with this pattern of destruction, the sources of our resources. What happens when we pollute a river? What happens when we pollute land? What happens when we pollute the air? Is that we cannot live there anymore. And then we have to go to another place. And then it's not sustainable. Now we have to build an industrial park which will be there for 100, 200 years. Then we need to make sure that all the social aspects are included. We cannot generate jobs which are not good quality because people will go to another place, because people will not develop, because we will have a society that is not supporting industry. Eco-industrial park concept says we are going to generate jobs, we are going to increase the GDP, we are going to be better. For doing that, we have to be profitable, meaning good management. We have to be environmentally friendly. That means we protect the environment. We have to be socially responsible because we generate jobs, but not any jobs. We get good quality jobs. And we have a success economically. This is the 4 dimensions of the Eco-Industrial Park program. How do we achieve it? We achieve it by combining a lot of different components. We talk about resource efficiency, meaning we have to extract goods from the environment, like, I don't know, a piece of metal to build a truck, some agricultural products to eat, some water to satisfy our needs. At the end of the process, we sell it to someone who needs it to have a better life. But we cannot continue extracting everything all the time, once again, these resources, because we will finish them. And we can see what are the consequences with the environment. You know, this is snow coming, the day we are not used to, hot winters, cold winters. This is the consequence of our actions. How we do it? We keep the resources in the economy as long as possible. This is called circular economy. It doesn't mean that we are not using them. It means that we are not extracting more because we are using them efficiently. This is called resource efficiency. We need to know to make business that help each other. This is called industrial symbiosis. We need better management to make sure that we measure and we report to the society what we are doing so the society supports us. Because there is no point on having a very successful industrial park which is not being appreciated by the community. How do we are appreciated? We report them. We generate this business, we make these trainings, we are good for you. And then we can work together. The World Bank, UNIDO, and GIPP got together and decide and discuss how can we make it in a way that is systematic. We do the same everywhere because there are many industrial parks all over the world that they say, we are an eco-industrial park. But nobody can confirm or know that they are industrial parks. We need a methodology. So we produced this publication, which is the International Framework for Eco-Industrial Parks. This international framework basically tells you, if you want to be called industrial park, you cannot do just one thing. you have to do a set of 64 indicators, and then you will be successful. Then you can call yourself eco-industrial parks. But here in Ukraine, you went one step forward. You went and you set a national standard based on this. So now, if you want to call yourself an eco-industrial park, you cannot do it by yourself. You have to go and you have to prove it to the certifying company, and they will give you the label. So now in Ukraine, you are safe. You will not get an eco-industrial park that is not really an eco-industrial park, because you have gone one step forward, you have a national standard. How do we make it in practice? Well, we have to develop mechanisms. And this publication will help you to make it in practice. If I want to say, am I an industrial park? Am I an eco-industrial park? I have to compare myself against the international standard, and now in Ukraine, you have to compare yourself against the national standard. And then you will find a lot of gaps. Or maybe I am not doing this well, maybe I'm not doing the other thing. So I have to develop a process. I have to develop a number of steps. I have to develop a plan. I have to have a budget. And these publications help you step to step how to achieve these things. So you can combine the previous one, international framework, and you can go to the next step, how to do it in practice, and this is the publications you can use. You can scan the QR code, sorry. You can scan the QR code, and then you can get this publication. And how do I use them? We have prepared some, we call them tools. Basically, they are Excel files where you have step by step how to do everything. And to be an industrial park, you have to cover several actions. You have to cover the management capacity. You have to cover before you start, and you will see some examples. We call them green fields because it's like, in the field, it is green, meaning there is no infrastructure. And then out of this, we start building infrastructure, we generate industry, we increase the productivity, we generate jobs. And then for this, we have a tool, how to assess the place to make sure that they are really starting from scratch with the EIP or eco-industrial park concept in mind. And then you will see how to implement the international framework. You will see how to do resource efficiency. You will see how to do industrial symbiosis. You will see how to do reporting and all the necessary steps to come from a normal industrial park into a highly efficient eco-industrial park. And you can use all these tools which are available in the webpage. You can see there, which is the Global Eco-Industrial Park webpage, which has all the tools and all the information and all the trainings. You can go and have them. This program is implemented the same way in many countries around the world. So we have the generous contribution from the Swiss government, and they give us the resources we need for implementing the same concept all over the world. What is the advantage of doing this? That now, when you say, in Ukraine, we have eco-industrial parks, that means you have the same concept, methodology, and process as is done in all the countries around the world. So we are talking the same language. And this is a good idea because when we want to attract investors, we say we are an eco-industrial park, and we all understand this means that this park is more efficient, is safe, is going to last for many years. This is going to be a good place to invest my money. I will come to Ukraine because I have my clients there, and I will set my company in an eco-industrial park which will guarantee that I have the reputation and the conditions to be successful. And this is how we do. As you see, we have in America, in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, and in Europe, we have Ukraine. With this, it is transformed into factual numbers. It's not a tale we are telling you, we have to be nice because we are nice. No, you can quantify them. You will have environmental savings, meaning you can have reduction of CO2 emissions, reduction of water, and you here see some numbers which may mean something for you or not. What is important is that we communicate that we really achieve benefits. But it's not easy. We don't need, it's not that we say, okay, I want to be an eco-industrial park and I will do this. There are many challenges, and these challenges are related to different elements. One of them, which is very important, is the access to finance. And this is something we have been discussing these days here in Ukraine. If you need to invest to develop an industrial park, to generate jobs, to protect the environment, to make sure that you increase the GDP, you need investments. Where do I get it? Are they green resources which are in good conditions for me as an investor? Where do we find them? How do I get them? This is a very important challenge we have to see. Then we have access to infrastructure, access to technology, and all the things are addressed with the methodology and the publications we have made available for you. Our team here in Ukraine has implemented this in 9 industrial parks, and we hope that in the coming years we will have some of them certified as an eco-industrial park, and will help the country to attract investments, to attract good companies, and to make sure that we promote the sustainable industrial development this country needs after the invasion of the Russian Federation finishes. So I hope we give you the elements and the tools, and you can use them to make out of Ukraine a better place to invest. Thank you.
Дякую, Цезаре, за
Thank you, Cesar, for a short and in-depth analysis of the needs of Ukraine and the needs of the program being implemented in Ukraine as well. I will say a couple of words what's going on the national level. The program starts in 2012 and finish in 2024. In 2025, the UNIDO and the State of the Switzerland signed the project, which will be finished at the end of 2028. And our partner is the Ministry of Economy and Environment. As a party, according to the project document, we have 2 basic components. The first component is the sustainable development of eco-industrial park development, where we support our economy, industry, and we support our legislation, Ukrainian legislation. And the second part is the piloting and technical support of eco-industrial parks within their process of transition into eco-industrial parks. Within the frames of the sustainable development, the project reached several important results. The concept was implemented into national strategies, into national economic strategy, into national SMS development strategies. We will see how it will be implemented into the circular economy, and as previous speakers indicated, we have national standard which is harmonized with the international frameworks, with the and it aligns with 64 indicators mentioned today, and helps with the help of the Verkhovna Rada ecological development projects. We have integrated proposals as to the including them into the legislation about eco-industrial parks. I think there will be some updating of the legislation. We are not keeping behind. Along with ministry, we try to elaborate the list of the mechanisms of sustainability which will be implemented after the law will be submitted. Let's understand why we need the standard of eco-industrial park. In Ukraine, a new industrial park appear, and in the title we will have this term eco-industrial. In order to understand properly what eco-industrial park is, national standard will work as the filter for international partners, for international investors to understand whether it is eco-industrial park or not. Certified eco-industrial park, as it was settled with the Ministry of Economy, will be in align with the register of the eco-industrial park list, and we will have certification which will be which will be accepted by the Ministry of Economy into the official register. What is the system of eco-industrial parks? And this is what Mr. Cesar indicated, that we should first of all think about business entity. If it is not fruitful, if it is not lucrative, nothing will help. So the system of understanding encompasses business model which is directed on effective usage of resources to be the most efficient here. One should understand that we should reduce several issues, and we should understand that we should do something with waste. So the model of eco-industrial park, this is a business model which makes it possible to enhance the benchmark of the enterprises, indexes of the enterprises in industrial park development. We do in Ukraine technical support of eco-industrial parks which meet the organization demands, and we provide support in order to enhance the eco-industrial park to be in line with national and international standards. We started working cooperation with to cooperate with eco-industrial parks in Ukraine to meet 64 indicators, and these parks doubled their efficiency in 10 years. So we should understand these are not theoretical indicators, these are practical demands of our international investors. So for us, this is the index, that this is the efficient model of attracting investors. Also within the frames of the project, we work with the residents in order to find out the resource efficiency strategy, energy efficiency strategy, in order to find out the proper financing for eco-industrial parks and their residents. And for the last year, there were several investments attracted more for $4 million within the frame of Ukraine. It's not much, but take it into consideration the companies which were cooperating with us during harsh conditions. These are proper results, I would say, and we may report, we may show them to our partners that really this model is operatable, it works. So we have the perspective understanding, and we have the less expenses in water resources and air pollutions, and this is the result how we can find investments for technical implementation. I am glad to see all of you, and I think we will have fruitful discussion today. Thank you, colleagues.
Дякуємо за презентацію програми.
For the presentation of the program, esteemed colleagues, esteemed guests, please panelists stay on the podium, on the stage, as maybe there are questions from the floor, and any question, maybe our online visitors also have a question. Please, any question in chat? Any question from the floor?
Так, ще прокидаємося, так? Кава ще не
Okay, we have not had a coffee break, probably. Some of you are still sleepy.
Так, тоді ми...
Okay, we would like to thank... Oh, there is a question.
Підходжу.
Good morning, Artyom Moroz. I'm a veteran and work as the construction worker. We have a very small-scale project because actually I perform as a customer, and we are planning to place solar panels on the roofs and the heat pumps. How I could submit my application and what should I do? Could you detail me on this, please? Thank you very much for your question. And it's true that today there are very many open opportunities from the banks. Actually, they could help you. Also, they could cover it also with the grant component. The point is that we have a panel how international financiers work on the industrial parks programs, and also we will have more speakers. They could provide you other arrangements for your situations and circumstances. Valery Kirilka, the group of companies, eco-industrial parks in Ukraine. In your presentation, you showed the amount 4.5 million euro, where these resources were channeled. And for the next phases, first of all, to elaborate on the question that was asked earlier, are you planning also to complement more the eco component of the eco-industrial parks, not only technical advisory, but mainly financial side of the business?
Thank you for your question.
Дякуємо.
As mentioned, one of the biggest challenges is to have access to finance, but not just access to finance, but green financing, which makes sure that you are actually investing in something that is sustainable and the conditions are better. The project we run, financed by the government of Switzerland, will give you technical advice, will tell you what should make sense to invest into, what should you change, what should be the next steps. Now, as we recognize the challenge of the financial, now we are getting in contact with the national and international financing organization to identify these opportunities which are available for investors such as you. At this moment, we are stating the negotiation, but our project doesn't include financing. Our project with the Swiss cooperation will not give you money for investments. It will give you technical advice to guide you how to better invest your own money. And hopefully, nearby. We are going to establish partnerships with financial institutions to bring them to you, and then you can discuss with them how you can get the better conditions for your investments.
Дякую, Цезаре. Я додатково можу надати таку інформацію. В рамках першої фази проєкту ті суми інвестицій, про які ви запитали, були в основному витрачені або на нові технології, заміну, наприклад, старих технологічних ліній на нові, або на сонячні електростанції, тому що, самі розумієте, на сьогодні це, на жаль, стало трендом, і також на нове обладнання для промислових підприємств, які працюють в індустріальних парках. В першій фазі проєкту ми працювали з різними парками, зареєстрованими, незареєстрованими, але в більшості з них резиденти є представниками малих підприємств.
Дякую. Чи є ще в когось запитання? Що ж, тоді дякуємо, пане Антоне, пане Цезаре. Будь ласка, займайте свої місця. Ми будемо рухатися далі і переходити до нашої першої панельної дискусії. Сьогодні багато різних тем в нашій програмі заплановано. І, зокрема, фінансово, як і казав пан Антон, в нас в гостях будуть представники кількох українських банків. І я вже бачу в Телеграмі питання стосовно фінансів, стосовно податків. Будемо поступово на них відповідати, в залежності від того, хто буде спікером, щоб мати
Зараз на українську.
чіткішу.
Actually, for us it's important to highlight the following. For us it's important please, here is a QR code, and through this QR code you may reach Telegram channel, and here you may see all our panels, and please, under the panels list you may leave your questions, and then when we have the question and answer session, we may get to them. Okay. For those who are with us online in YouTube, here in the description of our broadcasting, actually there is a reference to our Telegram channel. Those who are here with us, we actually could receive questions from the floor, and if any question, please don't be shy. And our first channel discussion will be how actually could have the friendly legislation frame for the development of eco-industrial parks. Actually, our local policies could actually scale up eco-industrial parks in Ukraine, and actually we could also speak about how we could integrate eco-industrial parks in line with the regional industrial policies, regulatory incentives, how actually they could work in line with the European standards in order to scale up eco-industrial parks in Ukraine. I would like to invite participants. The Deputy Minister of Economy and Agriculture, Vitaly Kindrativ. I give the hands, please, Vitaly Kindrativ. Vitaly is with us. He will join us. He's here. The head of the Verkhovna Rada Committee on the Environment and Oleg Bondarenko. He is the chair of the Parliamentary Committee. as well as the coordinator on industrial development UNIDO, Mr. Christian Susan. And the deputy head of the temporary program UNIDO office, Alena Kovalyova. Please get to the stage. We would like to have all the speakers on the stage with us. Okay. Let's proceed, and we will be discussing how regional and national policies could actually facilitate development of the eco-industrial parks in this country. What steps to be taken in order to have these processes? And also, I address all the participants actually online and those who are with us in this conference room. If you have a good cases that could show how cases of the successful implementation in line of the topics discussed, then please also we will be pleased to share with you this experience. Because normally, sometimes, people share their experience and cases sometimes after the events. But for us, it's important to have these experience sharing discussions during the event as well. Give some time for those who is joining the Telegram channel in order to participate in our discussion. We understand that now actually coffee could be a good stimulus for some of us in the morning, but we will wait to have all the participants with us through all the arrangements provided for this event. So we have all the panelists on the stage, and we could continue. Okay. Let's start our first panel discussion. Olena, the floor is yours. The mics are on the table and earphones. Also, she is the deputy head of the temporary industrial UNIDO office. And actually, what could you say on the role of the eco-industrial parks on the background of the economic development in this country? Thank you very much. Actually, it's nice to be with you, those who participate in this panel discussion. And actually, getting back to your question, I would like to make some steps back in order to give you a bit broader picture, actually, how UNIDO works on this topic, because eco-industrial parks is a good, sound experience, how actually a good partnership between the national and regional levels could work between different stakeholders, because we understand that actually in the framework of the European Union legislation, there are certain requirements as to the operation eco-industrial parks. And a few words to be said about UNIDO. Actually, all the ideas actually are with UNIDO when we speak about industrial development in general and eco-industrial parks in general. In particular, we understand that we should work under a certain legislative frame. Actually, in Ukraine, we have the ongoing program of the green development. Actually, they planned this program for these 3 years. actually give good incentives for the green development and to use as well as use of the green renewable sources. For us, it's very important that all these three components, when they emerge, they give the ever better results of the eco-industrial parks operations. Mr. Anton gave us the frames, the frames for the eco-industrial park development. And it's very important to note that when we speak about the political level support, that is the presence of the relevant standards, and we understand that all these documents are very important in general for the businesses, and business actually will produce more benefits for the society, no doubt. And we understand the eco-industrial parks development should be in line with the legislative frame for the eco-industrial parks development. The government priority when in this regard is actually work based on the legislation of the European Union, and for us, it's very important to put a focus on all the chapters that will allow to have a full consistency in the Ukrainian eco-industrial park development with the EU legislation. Moreover, also there is global approaches as to the eco-industrial parks development, because there are very good examples of eco-industrial park development policies in many continents like Africa and South America, for example. And actually now we witness a very good examples and cases how speedy processes could be when legislative frames, national legislative frames go align with the global legislation frames and standards. Also, we understand that eco-industrial parks is a good instrument in terms of scaling up. So also it allows a very good opportunity at any country to scale up this or that industry. Thank you very much. If any question, please, we actually invite you to be interactive. It's up to you. Don't delay your questions. Is there any question in our Telegram channel? Actually, this panel discussion topic is facilitating eco-industrial parks development in Ukraine. Actually, we do discuss here the national state policy. Vitaly, our question goes to you. Actually, our participants like statistics. So back to 2025, 13 industrial parks in Ukraine got incentive support and in the amount of 900 million hryvnias. So could we say that for the future, we will have not only a better statistics, but also we will have much better indicators of their performance. It means that they will be also energy efficient and they will be investment attractive. For us also, these indicators are so critical. Maybe also you could say a few words about pilot projects. Such incentive programs, actually, what role they could work when we speak about transition from industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. Good morning to all of you. In 2025, in 2024, we provided support to 15 eco-industrial parks, and we provided them with a 1 billion hryvnia support, and we implemented 35 projects. Over the 2 years period, we have the ongoing program, and we see that these projects were fully implemented together with other committees. We organize annual meetings where we invite the management of the industrial parks, and we actually focus on the constraints and problems that also arise. And with this information also we'll have a better idea what actually is lacking in the field of eco-environment parks operations, what can be added in order to make their living better. In 2023-2024, there was a boom of eco-industrial parks. Actually, they provided gracious terms for funding, and at that time also and today we have 112 eco-industrial parks. And actually we do a monitoring of the eco-industrial parks. Actually we eliminate those who don't comply to the criteria, and some people saying, oh no, we don't want to lose the status of eco-industrial park. We will reshape everything by tomorrow and we will continue.
We are the single country in the world which actually proved that we can take the standard for eco-industrial parks. So this, for us, this is the vector what should be done in order to be developed in this direction. And some additional stimulus stipulate the development, and the stimulus provided by the state makes it possible for us to develop the network of eco-industrial park. We are bridging the gap here, and I suppose that we will have the sustainable solution having the promoting program of implementation companies for eco-industrial park to be registered and to have proper tools for development, to be a live mechanism. And we needs additional proficiency here, and as the market being developed, some results are being implemented. And it's very good that these industrial parks communicate with each other, they are friendly, and they share the experience, so they should work out the competence to attract investments, and this is one of the tasks which is of priority. So you notice that you gather in data about the problems of parks which they live along. So what are the more typical problems which are on the way, on their transitional way? So all the problems worked out, they are recognized, gathered, and worked out by the best economical committee, led by Mr. Kiselevsky, and we have changes updating to the law where the term eco-industrial park appear, so the implementing companies understand it, that we have the possibility for the project, for new projects, for the building to be erected at the territories. So the managing company cooperates with the initiators. So everything which was connected with the livelihood of the eco-industrial park is implemented by the law, and there were some changes implemented this year, and in the nearest future, next week, we will have the drill how to implement finance, and additional program will work as spoiler to obtain the compensation for damaged infrastructure in eco-industrial park. In case of Russian attack, if there were some devastation, the state will provide finance to recover infrastructure, and I think we need to have this draft of the law to be implemented. I think that we will not have many cases, and there are 2 bad cases with it. And I hope that on the basis of these 2 cases, the tools were elaborated to support those who suffered from it. And this is good news. And in the remote locations, the state tried to implement such case. I do not recall it, but it seems to me this is Lviv. Probably somebody received the compensation for the commodity devastated. So I think it will be a good example on the state level. Mr. Dmitre, we covered the questions dealing with the Verkhovna Rada and the deputy from Verkhovna Rada is present here, Dmytro Kiselevsky. So we would like to hear from you what regulatory solutions are approved, and what news we have here in terms of eco-industrial parks to be implemented into economical policy in Ukraine, and how modernization is going on and development. Thank you for the question, dear friends. I would like us to be on the same page. I will be antagonist here, so let's be pragmatic. Don't think about some spaceships, but let's be realistic. I will start from the example. Suppose we would like to create electronic industry, which cannot do with grain, for example. We can create highly electronical industry in case where we have metallurgy, machine building plants. So on the basis of it, some new technologies will appear. So in the country of like Ukraine, sometimes we cannot do it. So this is what Vitaly told us today. We have 113 parks in the register, and only some of them are ecological. So if we are speaking about eco-industrial parks, we should imagine something different. We should imagine the institution which is experienced of industrial development, and in order to be there, we should concentrate on specific bold strategies. And I'm a person who is responsible for industrial development. So let's speak about statistics. In 2021, when we formed the basic package of portfolio in Ukraine, we used to have 2 industrial parks, which can be considered because the industry was there in Bila Tserkva and Korostень. Some of them were just in paper or with some false conception. Right now, we have more than 30 eco-industrial parks, which we actually think they are active with the infrastructure developed. Or with some enterprises built. At the end of the last year, we have 37 plants being built in eco-industrial park, and the mechanism in 2024 predicted 25 of them, 12 eco-industrial parks a year. Every year we have updating. We have the power station with 80 megawatts power efficiency. So again, every year we have the proper updating, and this is the result of the policy which goes along with the parliament and the government for eco-industrial parks to work. So we have some updating recently. At the middle of the 2024, during full-scale innovation, we actually have some soft taxation for eco-industrial park implemented. But this is not the universal panacea. The changes are small, but they are aligned with the complex action implemented into the industry. And it concerns the financing, the state financing of the eco-structure. When the leading company solves the question is this is the erecting of the buildings, switching on the power station. When the investor finds solutions to the bold problems. This is the land lot with a cadastre number. Everything is available, so use whatever you like. There is the engineering infrastructure, gas, energy available, even the narrow railway available, purification buildings. All important issues may be found in eco-industrial parks. There are some cases when the enterprise relocated its facilities due to some changes in the demands. And the leading companies are proficient enough in Ukraine not only to provide presentation, but to assist investor to unlock grant financing, to provide some agricultural services, to get rid of headaches for the owners, to attract industrial park as the better place for performance. So our parks passed some grades. They understand that attracting the investor, this is the specific job, and those who have the itinerary, we predict the changes in legislation and we implement the concept of eco-industrial park. So we should understand here that we would like to see speaking about the context of eco-industrial park, not only the green lots, but if we speak about eco-industrial territories, we would like to see eco-industrial enterprises to meet the best standards. This is what we implement with Oleg Volodymyrovich into legislation. There is the project 12113. There are many problematic issues concerning the activity of the eco-industrial parks. For example, can the initiator be a legal entity, for example? How can we add some new landlords? Can the leading company go 579? They are not regulationary, but they improve the possibilities of eco-industrial parks for development. And we implement the concept, some norms in legislation, making possible for the government to work out with it. So, 1, 2, 3. So this is the stage of the legislation, and at the end of my speech I would like to indicate that we really managed to do a great thing for our country. We managed to develop the trust and constructive dialogue in the context of eco-industrial park to show how this part of the management is working, and you will be consulted. There are people here in the hall. Artur, Anton is roaming in the neighborhood, and this is the index. The acquaintances of mine are the representative of the state. You communicate with them. The state takes cares about this business. We have the often meetings with the representatives of eco-industrial parks. We gather the problems which can be regulated by the government, especially in terms of legislation. So we are in the process of the dialogue, and we're trying our best to build up the trust between the state and the representatives of eco-industrial park for people to have the results, and to be cautious about those investors who are in the avant-garde of this process. And the last phrase, that the industrial park is the constituent of the process of the manufacturing with the best price implemented to import the best possible goods, and the representative of Gromadas are here. You are the part of this movement, and you are the representatives of the movement for our economy to be resilient.
Дякую.
Could you please specify the following? Actually, because you perform as an antagonist, but given the fact that there will be compensation for the damaged assets, and actually that you are in a continuous constructive dialogue. But actually, what can you see? What is the opinion and thoughts of the foreign investments in this regards? Because they should be very sure that their investment will be solid, because you may imagine that to start eco-industrial park in the Kiev region, on Chernigiv region, it's very dangerous. Actually, in Fastov, for example, last week, Russians actually attacked the railway cluster, and you know what negative impacts it had to the economy in general. But I would like to comment on this the following. I have been thinking a lot how actually the state could invite investments. It's very important to have actually the class or group of people, in the countries that will be interested in invitation of the investments. And actually, eco-industrial parks, actually the actor in this process. We understand that when they have the sales manager in this or that industrial park, you understand he will be very interested to find good partners in order to bring them to this eco-industrial park. Eco-industrial park, it's a business without any doubt whether it belongs to the community or to the private entity. Actually, it's very important that it's necessary to have a very sound and suitable legislation that will clearly give details on what terms and conditions investments could be invited to the eco-industrial parks. The point is that no doubt we work closely with the economic entities, and now we bring this knowledge to the eco-industrial parks in order they will be in a full know how to invite and bring investors to their businesses. Unilever actually builds up the production in one of the eco-industrial parks. We have very many cases. Actually, wood manufacturer also from Austria, they now planning to start their production in the eco-industrial park. Germany company, for example, they make components for electric mobiles, electrical vehicles. And many of them, they entered Ukraine in the wartime. So it means that in Ukraine, even in the case when they have so many challenges, there is a good environment to have investors in Ukraine. Actually, they give investors provide investments also for the national Ukrainian companies as well as international companies. Univest is a very good example. For example, actually we have investors active. Now they are ready to get to Ukraine. No doubt this investors more readily will get to Ukraine after the victory, but we should get ready to the momentum when we will stop the war, and investors will be ready to get to Ukraine. We should be in the full readiness to give them a good welcome and a good receive with our legislation, standards, etc. And it means that, investors of all the kind, without any difference whether they work in the transport sector or construction sector, actually readiness of the country and state in general for receiving the investors in this country, it's very important. Moreover, we will be facing a large-scale recovery operations, and we understand when in recovery programs we use, for example, components and products that will be brought from abroad to Ukraine. This production will fail because it will be very high cost production. If any question, please tell us whom you address this question. Our speakers actually are ready to answer any question. Those who are in YouTube with us, please be interactive and questions still. Environmental policy. The head of the Parliament Environmental Committee, actually Mr. Oleg Bondarenko, actually how actually we bring our legislation closer and harmonize it with the EU legislation, what's actually is going on here. When we speak about transformation, we understand whether we will have a new standard of industrial development in this regard, or we will be relying on the old legislative frames. GEIPP project would like to thank all the stakeholders. We would like to thank GEIPP, a program, Embassy of Switzerland, for their contribution in these projects that will facilitate the work on eco-industrial parks development in Ukraine. To a certain extent, I'm idealist, and we understand that sometimes it's better to be closer to the earth, but my ideal picture is as following. Industrial parks as a whole, they have also some environmental components. When we set up and build up eco-industrial park, we understand that it should comply to certain environmental criteria. You may imagine that they have allocated a certain parcel of land, and there are unified requirements as to the land use. Actually, licensing process also now have been identified, different here. It means that a team of people who plan to start the eco-industrial park, they do understand that no doubt when they work in eco-industrial park, they will lessen the load on the environment, and eco-industrial parks, it's the individual system, and we understand here we should actually have a very environmental friendly operation and function. People should work, they should be very friendly. Because, they understand that they can be more friendly to environment only when they use the novel technologies, when they could reuse all the wastes. Actually, they could use raw materials and use the most energy and resource incentive raw materials. We understand that today economic entities that actually will be operating in the framework of eco-industrial parks, they are fully aware about this. The law on the integrated environmental loads. Actually, instead of 3 permits for the wastes, actually they should have only 1 permit, but permit could be issued only in case when the economic entity actually has a novel technology in the process. There are 2 components. So it means that economic entity has the best technology in line with the EU regulations and the high competency in the market of the product and the perfect environmental deregulation. Instead of 3 permits, we should have only 1 permit. And this is the good development. And we understand it will be the prerequisite for the partly solution in our country of the issue on the industrial pollution. Actually, waste management issues. In 2023, Verkhovna Rada endorsed the law because with this we implement the circular economy principles. It should be the basis for the operation of the eco-industrial parks. They should not produce excessive masses of the waste. They should reuse the waterways after their cleaning. And no doubt, for us, it's very important to have many more eco-industrial parks. Vitaly Zinovich and Ivan Davidovich, actually, I don't visit eco-industrial parks. Today, you know, believe me, there are no eco-industrial parks that are fully in line with the concept. That's why I don't visit them. But the comment of the neighbor said that we have them. I will be inviting you for the visits to see real eco-industrial parks. So our committee, together with the economic committee in the parliament, actually they work very closely, and normally we focus on the same issues, because in our committee actually we cover the topics on the environmental industrial development or sustainable natural resources employment, and for us it's very important to get advice from the Economic Development Committee, because we understand that all this should be done based on the best standards, because we should not hinder the growth of the industrial sector. We understand after the large-scale invasion, no doubt we have encountered very many problems, but one day I believe Ukraine will go victorious, and in the process of the Ukraine recovery programs implementation, we will try to do the best. So that's why in the Committee of the Environmental Development we have a wonderful draft of the law. Actually, this draft law covers the issue how actually we could improve the eco-industrial parks development in this country. And actually, we insist that this draft law to be included in the hearing sessions for the second hearing, and these standards will be workable and they will be working. And actually, we normally are invited to different meetings, and for us it's important also to work on more draft programs. For us it's important to see actually how actually we could improve the environment in which today eco-industrial parks do work.
Дуже дякую, пане.
Thank you very much, Oleg. The next question goes to Christian Susan, UNIDO. Susan, the question goes to you.
Last year, Ukraine adopted a national standard on eco-industrial park based on UNIDO international framework. From your perspective, to what extent does the step mark a transition from program-based support towards the establishment of a stable regulatory environment for EIP development? And how would you assess Ukraine's progress in comparison with other countries implementing the eco-industrial park approach?
Так, питання про те, що було прийнято національний стандарт в Україні, і наскільки це
Understand that the national standards were endorsed, and actually how long it will take that these standards actually will be a part of life in any industrial part.
Framework for eco-industrial parks was not only developed by UNIDO. There are several organizations, the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, GIZ, and the World Bank. We all support industrial parks in their ambitions to become environmentally friendlier and socially more inclusive. And in 2017, we realized we lack a name. We lack a name for the better performing animal. And this was when we jointly decided to coin the name of an eco-industrial park for the better performing industrial park. And we then also agreed on what makes the distinction between a normal industrial park and an eco-industrial park. And I think Cesar shared with you, an industrial park, you always have one entity which acquires the land, which subdivides the lands in plots, and which provides services for the tenant industries, which they want to attract. So these services can be water supply, it is waste collection, it is energy supply. And then we started to think, what makes the difference? Well, definitely a park which can provide renewable energy to its tenants has a better environmental performance. A park management entity which can make sure that facilities are offered for women, for instance, for breastfeeding in their premises. Or social infrastructure can be provided for the employees of the companies. It's a better performing park. So this led to this definition of 64 indicators in 4 categories to define what makes a better environmental, a better social, a better management, and a better economic performance. And we then supported the 3 organizations, industrial parks, in improving their performance against this international framework. So we started with some of the parks where we said now we have 62% compliance, and within a couple of years they moved up to 85%. All these parks came to us and say, well, we've been working hard, we've been making efforts. We saw that some of the efforts, Cesar also showed with you how much money the parks could save by becoming more environmentally friendly, and how much they've invested. But they said, well, we would like to have a recognition now. You know, where is my beautiful certificate which I can put on the wall that I have moved, they have now achieved 62% or 85% compliance. And we had to say, sorry, we cannot do this. We provided technical assistance, there would be a conflict of interest. On one hand, we work with you, on the other hand, we say, now you have achieved better performance. This led to the discussion on the need for standards, a standard for eco-industrial parks. And again, 2 pathways have developed. They were longly discussed whether we should support the development of national standards or whether we should jointly develop an international standard. And here it has emerged that both solutions need to be pursued. They are complementary. The national standard, which Ukraine has adopted as the 2nd country in the world. Colombia was the 1st country in the world to have a national standard for eco-industrial park, which is very closely aligned with this international framework. The same thing applies for Ukraine. Your national standard is very closely aligned with the international framework for eco-industrial parks. Other countries like Vietnam have taken a different approach. They have reduced the number of indicators in their national standard. So Vietnam was the 3rd country to have a national standard for eco-industrial park. which then showed us quite clearly, if you can be certified against the national standard as an industrial park, you can have access to benefits which only your national government can grant you. We cannot expect that if somebody is certified against an international standard, the government automatically says, well done, and we grant you certain benefits. But if you comply with a national standard over which the country has the ownership, it's also up to the country to decide whether they will grant certain benefits to those people, those parks who can be certified. On the other hand, I think Ukraine shows it clearly that crises can also become opportunities. The full-fledged invasion in Ukraine has strengthened the orientation towards the West, which also brought along the need to become more closely aligned with Western economies, also with the demand of Western markets. And we see this all over the world. We have some industrial parks in Indonesia which only produce for Indonesian markets. For them, it is not relevant whether they're environmentally friendly. For them, it's relevant that they become productive. If we can demonstrate them that they can be productive or more productive at the same time, become environmentally friendly, they're happy. But the driver for them is to demonstrate that resource-efficient, cleaner production makes business sense. If you look at those parks in Vietnam, and we're talking about parks with 3,000, 4,000 hectares surface, they produce for international markets. And for them, it becomes of utmost importance to demonstrate that they can produce in an environmentally sustainable way, in order also to attract new tenants. I think this is also where Ukraine is right now. You have a heritage of old industries. If you look at all these pictures of the old smokestack Soviet industry, where, yes, you had to fulfill a production plan, but no one thought about environmental impacts, no one thought about working conditions. And some of these parks, which you find, they're an heritage of this area. They can be transformed to something performing better. But the new parks which are emerged now, this shows quite clearly where you also can use your comparative strengths. Ukraine is a country which is rich in natural resources. We are working with 2 parks which will process natural resources, agricultural products. And here we could also demonstrate that it makes sense to go beyond just thinking about how I can process one certain product, but how I can create an industrial ecosystem and how we can transform this into something which makes more business sense, which is also economically more performing, and which then uses, for instance, byproducts, the waste from agricultural products to generate electricity. And this electricity can then be sold, that this company which produces one product or processes one product can attract subsidiary companies. If you process potatoes, you need somebody who provides the packaging materials, and so on. So this is something we have seen in other countries which was implemented very successfully. You have an anchor tenant, and this anchor tenant can attract additional investments. And I think this is where Ukraine is right now. And working with those parks, they will be the pioneers. This will be the pioneers. Right now, we see mainly investments coming from Ukraine. Some international investment takes place. But if you prepare this park as an eco-industrial park and look into the future, you're not building your park in one go, you're building a park in phases. So you can have the first phase right now, but you're ready for extension, and then these plots will be attractive for international investors. Because all these big corporations these days, we've heard Unilever is investing in Ukraine. But they have obligations. They have obligations to demonstrate to their shareholders that their products are produced in an environmentally friendly and socially inclusive way. And I think this is the great opportunity. And looking at where you stand with your standard, it is very closely aligned with the international framework. It will be rolled out this year, an international standard for eco-industrial parks, which has been jointly developed by World Bank, UNIDO, and GIZ. And again, it's then for us the interest is we mostly will see a round of alignment of national standards with international standards. We want to avoid transaction costs. If I'm a park management entity, I would like to be certified against both. the national standard, so I can get the benefits the government can give me, and the international standard, so become more attractive for foreign direct investment. And I would have a strong interest that these two standards are closely aligned, so you don't have to go this direction to be certified against the national standard and that direction to be certified against the international standard. So you can do it in more or less in one go, just going into different certification process. So I would say Ukraine is very well placed, and it's whenever I'm giving a presentation in an international forum, everyone is surprised about what is taking place, what is happening in Ukraine. Unfortunately, the media portray a wrong picture. And when we hear about war in our countries, everyone expects that life is not happening anymore. But when I always tell them when I come to Ukraine, yes, you have air raids. Yes, you must take precautions. Yes, there's a curfew. But life goes on more or less. Yes, people suffer from energy cuts. They have difficulties. But still, economy is happening. Economy is growing. Investments are taking place. And I think these investments go in the right direction and will pave the way for your transition in the future towards also a blooming and blossoming economic transition and integration into the European and international markets.
Thank you so much, Mr. Susan. Дуже дякую всім нашим гостям.
Дякую.
Thank you to all the participants. We have some questions. I think the question to Mr. Dmytro as to legislation about industrial parks. Mr. Alexander said that there are no fees for rent. Through Prozoro, some of the users cannot use benefits, taxation benefits, and this is what is put in taxation code. So there is the proposal to make some changes, legislation changes, in order to get rid of from the payment for rent, for land rent. So everybody who are interested in this question, there is no bold decision how to do it. We understand that this problem exists, but there is no bold decision. The essence of the problem is that if the initiator is the city council, and it cooperates with the leading company, so there is no problem on the lot with the lot fee. But if there is the auction and the company takes it from the auction, it is impossible to trace the fee, because the taxation department understand it like getting rid from the auction. So there are some examples of the enterprises being built, but nobody knows how to regulate it. We should actually, you should understand that no person should be taken to accountability. Suppose somebody has a proposal, please approach us. Right now, we do not find a way out. Thank you. The question is to Mr. Mikhailo. You ask for the floor. May I approach you? The question is to Mr. Dmytro. Mr. Mikhailo is out, probably. The head of Teopol community. Probably he is... another question is, take it into consideration with the energy resources. Do you predict the mechanism of supporting local energy structure in eco-industrial park? One, two, three, okay. Concerning about the state and some a supplementary mechanism of energy besides regulatory. No, we simplified some bans as to the locations of energy generators inside the parks. We were dealing with the distribution of them. We try to do our best not to have some regulatory complexities with these points in the parks. But if you ask whether the solar panel stations will be a part of it, no, it will be different entity as well as different generation. So the state support deals with co-generation. People, those who take the funds for infrastructure, they may predict co-generation in such projects. Otherwise, there are different mechanisms. Besides, there are some benefits according to energy import, and there is the program for financial compensation. If you buy, for example, electric panel, transformator, or whatsoever, some other gadgets, many things are being manufactured in Ukraine as well as generators. You may obtain as a buyer a compensation, 50% of compensation, and this program is supported by the state. There is another question to Mr. Vitaly or to Mr. Dmitro. Does the legislation allows to do with a stipulation in the investment project? Yes. They may take both local and state issues. For example, Bila Cerkva obtains projects. Well, you may actually take them both. I would like to add that Kyiv Oblast, Kyiv region, finances PKD 50%, and if there are some oblast representatives here, you may learn from them how they do it. It simplifies the life of industrial parks, allowing to have better activity in regions. Another question. In our case, MNS is the creator of eco-industrial park to stipulate investor. We actually gives it to subcontractor for rent, and it made possible to invest 300,000 hryvnias, but the community has the KPD 36, and we will have the reverse dotation. So we should create environment in order to involve people, like building new locations, and there are the proposals to update legislation according to community development, and the park will be provided the principles of circular economy implemented. The topicality of rivers is very topical. It's more than another issue. The discussion is for different circle of participants. Those who follow the topicality of rivers, I propose not to be taken out, and there are people who understand me here, the participants, who are in this topic, so they are involved. They would like to for their enterprises to be developed, and the results of their work usually are taken to be distributed in other places. But the Ministry of Finance does not take it for granted. There are some working groups from Ministry of Finance. Vitaly Bezgin is participating. Probably you know this member of parliament. And they are trying their best to work out the model where the most pragmatical reverse mechanism implemented. And if there are exclusion for KPD in industrial parks, we may think about it. So I am afraid about it, not to take a huge reform instead of small one. What roads are being developed to industrial parks? What routes are being developed to industrial parks? There is the classification of routes, local and state important.
Індустріальних парків є можливість отримати цей грант, в тому числі на під'їзні дороги. Тобто, якщо там треба докласти якийсь там, не знаю, там 200-300 метрів, якийсь там кілометр, то ці гроші також можна використовувати від держави на співфінансування для розробки дороги. Також це має бути зацікавленість і включеність місцевої громади, яка розуміє, що на своїй території вони розміщують індустріальний парк, і це потенційні робочі місця і розвиток громади. Тобто
industrial park in this area, they will have many more benefits. More questions we have from our participants. What industrial instruments actually could be in support to eco-industrial parks, just only because they are eco, not industrial parks? The point is that all the instruments will be made available from them, because today these instruments are opened. Digitalization. More questions? Olena?
Мікрофон, будь ласка.
The question goes to Vitaly and Dmitry. In the loan industrial parks, there is the one incentive compensation of interest on the loans and credits. Yesterday we had a meeting with one of the state banks, but the conditions and terms they voiced, they are not acceptable for the business. Maybe you are planning to give more incentive arrangements for the eco-industrial parks in the nearest run. This norm in the industrial parks, I hope one day probably we will remove this. Actually, what we are planning to do in the same draft law 1117, the management companies actually could be given more terms to get loans and credits, but the point is that today this norm covers only certain industries. If we speak about the management companies, they will have the access to the mechanism 5 to 9 interest rate. Really, it will be good, and then it will be accepted by the businesses. Also, these loans could be made available for all the participants of eco-industrial plant if it is a manufacturing sector, because we have very many manufacturer entities in the eco-industrial parts, 150 50 million hryvnias actually could be made them available for the investment
Так, будь
purposes.
ласка, давайте заключне питання, тому що ми
And
трошечки
now we will
запозичили з
have the
наступних
last
панелів вже час.
question to the panelists of this session. Thank you,
Svetlana
Svetlana Bertina, Living Planet. We are a part of the project, and I would like to ask you on the financial instruments. Maybe in the perspective you are planning, maybe in the new strategy and the operational plan you will cover it. This should be actions that will give certain benefits. Eco benefits maybe could get certain benefits because eco-industrial parks, according to the national standard, they are ranked much higher compared to the other economic entities. And depending on the rating points, from silver to platinum, maybe they could be given better, gracious terms based on these indicators. Because if the eco-industrial parks are interested to improve their rating, they could be also in future given some incentives in terms of finances. Many of industrial parks, they have nothing. Actually, to assess their environmental climate, and environmental status, it's very difficult. And I will also elaborate on it. Industrial parks get funding from the state in the phase when they have nothing, because they start from the developing engineering transport infrastructure. They start construction of the first substation. Also, they do some piping and piping works. It is a sort of a declaration on intents, because you may put on the paper everything, but nobody is sure that it will be a reality. And actually, only for the first step efforts, the state has money. What you are asking is actually goes to the further phases, when in the eco-industrial parks they implemented the circular economy-based cycles, and only under these conditions we could use this environmental rating that could be added up with some financial incentives. Oleg Vladimirovich actually voiced very promptly that it's important to take all this into account, because for us it's very important compliance of eco-industrial parks to all the norms that are covered in the legislation. The point is that for us it's gas offs assessment is also very important when we will be assessing the overall environmental rating. I would like to add that on one hand I agree with Dmitro, because it's difficult to speak about on the state support to what that is not exist today, but we understand each case with very individual, and through the prism of each individual case we could work more on the legislation, and with this to give more incentives, financial incentives to the actors in this field. For us it's important to work on the evolutional approach, because we understand eco-industrial parks will grow, and with this legislation also should be evolving. Actually, for us it's very important to have eco-industrial parks that work based on the circular economy principles. They should be economy efficient. We all do in theory this understand, and no doubt more discussions in future will be on this topic.
Дякуємо, друзі, дякуємо нашим спікерам.
Thank you very much. And actually, it was a very powerful session, discussions. Let's give the hand and applauses to our panelists, and we hope that next time we will have more discussions on this topic. Panel 2 discussions to be started. Thank you, Dmitry. This is panel 2 discussion. Well, I invite our guest, Artur Milezhik, the head of the Department Industrial Parks, Ministry of Economy and Environment and Agriculture of Ukraine. Sylvan Hungerbühler, Deputy Director of Cooperation, Embassy of Switzerland in Ukraine. Olena Chernyshyova, Operations Officer, International Financial Corporation. Klaus Tirko, Chief Technical Advisor, UNIDO.
Thank you so much.
Дуже дякую. Thank you. It's nice to have you here. And let's start with the question that will go to Sylvan.
Mr. Sylvan?
Пане Сільван.
Можна і українською? Супер. Якщо ви вже знаєте українську,
you actually have mastered Ukrainian. Let's applaud Sylvan for his Ukrainian good command. And from the point of view of donor international support, what approaches as to the eco-industrial park support actually are supported? What is donor readiness to invest in this and actually what you are planning to do based on the other countries' experience?
Yes, thank you for the question. Very nice one, actually, and it's a pleasure to be here today. Hello to everybody. It's really great to see that we're sitting together with international partners, with the Ukrainian government, and with business, most of all, to talk about industrial parks, specifically eco-industrial parks. So perhaps to answer your question, would like to take a step back and tell you a bit about the fundamental sort of goals that we have and why we support this specific project and what other projects contribute to this as well, and when sort of what is the logic behind this, right? So for us, really, at this stage in our long-standing support to Ukraine, we're thinking a lot about the competitiveness of Ukrainian private sector. The competitiveness to compete on international markets, to be able to access market opportunities that will open up as Ukraine hopefully moves towards the European Union, market integration. There's also the idea of attracting foreign direct investment, of course, which is of key importance for Ukraine at this stage. And at the same time, of course, with the context of the ongoing full-scale invasion, we already would like to prepare the way for a recovery, an economic recovery, and the rebalancing also of the economy that is really future-oriented, that is green, that is socially inclusive, and that corresponds to the highest possible standards. So with this sort of picture in mind, with these goals in mind, it's fairly straightforward for us to work through standards such as, the eco-industrial park standard, which offers a very concrete guidance for companies how to, well, measure their performance in these key areas, in economic performance, which is of course fundamental, as many of my previous speakers already have mentioned, but also in ecological performance and in social performance and in management and governance performance. And this is not only important because of let's say the park environment or the company level itself, but because it sends signals, and it sends signals and credible, demonstrable information to investors that could be interested in a company or a given park site that need to come to Ukraine for this country to prosper and resist for the moment and then prosper. But it also fulfills very hard requirements that many markets already pose towards economic actors. I'm just mentioning a few. I think Taras Kachka, he mentioned CBAM in the beginning, the carbon border adjustment mechanism in the EU. So this will really require for companies that want to take an opportunity to go to the European market to measure their emissions and to report on them in a credible way. And then, of course, if the emissions are high, then they will need to pay for the excess emissions that they have respective to European industry. So this is a clear competitiveness, a cost factor if your company is interested to enter the European market. There are more such standards that pertain also to the social, to the governance part of ESG requirements. Thinking of speaking about the Swiss market, there's ongoing discussions that companies that want to, have in their supply chain foreign providers, that they need to report how they perform socially. Do they have respect labor codes? Do they respect women's participation, equal participation in their workforce? What is their ecological performance? How are they faring in terms of transparency and governance? And all these are hard reporting requirements that are needed to enter the European market, the Swiss market. So it is a direct factor of competitiveness of your entity as a business, whether you can. Well, you have the management systems in place to do so, to manage this stuff, and to also credibly report on it. And I think sort of close the bracket and go back to industrial parks and eco-industrial parks. I think for us, this is really one very concrete standard, and we're super happy to see it implemented in Ukraine, that in these key areas, economic performance, ecological, social, and the management, offers a clear guidance of where does an entity stand, how to improve, and then to hopefully certify, be it nationally or internationally, to send the right signals to the partners that the business partners are looking to get in business with. We are beyond industrial parks. We're also working with the IFC. I'm happy to have the colleague here to work on ESG reporting more generally. So I think just the eco-industrial park standard is just one of many areas of interventions that we have to try to support Ukrainian business to be prosperous and to take the opportunities that are coming up in the near future. Thanks.
Thank you so much. І наступне запитання до пана Артура Малежика.
Next question goes to Artur Malezhik. Artur, you represent the Ministry of Economy, Agriculture and Environment. Based on the actual expectations and anticipation of international actors, what really is being done in order to have a smooth process? What decisions you plan to have in place? GEIPP, we have the first phase that have been introduced with the support of the Swiss government. With this support, we had the operational plan for 23-25. Actually, we have already prepared the next phase plan for 26-28, and with this we should actually transform industrial parks into eco-industrial parks. There are clearly defined targets, there are clearly defined objectives, and all this had been earlier discussed with all the stakeholders, and we we have shared the opinion on the vision of all of them, and I hope this plan in 2 months will be actually approved and endorsed. Actually, you know, for us it's important to have the working legislation on the eco-industrial parks. We understand that the law actually is the key frame, and after this, when we have the law, we will be ready to work on the normative preparation of the normative base, and this all will be spelled out. Actually, now we start working on the normative base because under the GEIPP project, actually support, we started this work, and when we did some papers prepared, then we will be ready to present this to the government, and for us it's very important to provide a smooth transition from industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. We have the state standards for this. We are very proud with this. We were first in Europe, and we don't stop.
We are very ambitious about our standard to be international one, to become international one, on the basis of which the global legislation will operate. So we are trying our best. We actively work. Suppose there are any proposals, you are welcome about the stipulation of eco-industrial park or financing. We will think upon with you together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Artur. It's very important that the government is going ahead, not working for legislation, and we are proceeding with our discussion about the approaches in ESG and the green recovery. And the next question is to Mrs. Olena Chernyshova, International Finance Corporation, IFC. Being the representative of IFC, how your organization assess commercial livelihood of the park, and what are the risk management factors important for capital attraction? Thank you for being invited for this conference. As the speakers indicated in the panel, we as a group of financial banks support the conception of eco-industrial park, because in this topic we have the cross lines of many important problems we promote in the world. These are the issues of economic development, green technologies, laboring, real estate, transportation, really eco-parks. This is a very important sphere where many topics, many elements are very important for economic development, and it is very popular in Ukraine today. So just judging how to implement these projects, IFC as the institution follows the mission of viewing such projects from the point of view of commercial attractiveness, and a very vital part of it is a operational business model which will provide the best quality of management and attractiveness for global competition. Why eco-industrial park is more interesting than traditional model? Because the traditional model focuses on the availability of the lot, and the model which is based on rent. So the margin of implementation is low for investor, and it depends on the market and on the demands on the market. Eco-industrial parks, on the other hand, they focus on the creation of ecosystem, on some extra stipulation for the residents of such parks. So qualitative model of such parks should include the tools and for operational expenditures, making less operational expenditures, as well as cooperation of residents. It makes possible to be more resilient to changes taking place. When we are speaking about IG standards and meeting such standards, this is not only additional complex. This is not about how to increase attractiveness, investment attractiveness. This is how to make global risks less and the targets which can be more transparent. And based on Ukrainian experience, we may see how the decisions make the resilience better, and this is the issue of safety. For example, we are speaking about integration of gender policies, and this is what previous panels start speaking about, about the model of management. And in the Ukrainian case, we have the crisis in labor market where this issue is the point of development. Let's speak about the renewable energy, about climate policies in the condition of Ukraine. This is the issue of energy security. So implementation of specific technologies is the question of the enhancing the resilience of the projects in the long-stand perspective. And this is a very important issue for the projects to attract more investments. And this is what they start speaking about. Investments make it possible to have access to some tools which are not available according to classic technology. Also, I would like to speak about some global context. The manufacturers who come to Ukrainian infrastructure, they expect to have more than land lots, which make it possible to have access to the infrastructures. And in the context of Ukraine, industrial parks, they are in competition with Turkey, with Western Balkans, while choosing proper itinerary, how to be connected with the European markets. So we are speaking about the global context and having it in mind, providing the service, providing quality business model implemented, such parks, such industrial parks become more competitive, and they create the ecosystem which is, in terms of synergy, more natural for the territory of Ukraine. The more this proper decisions will be done, the more attractive our country will be in terms of roots. So, to sum up, answering your question, viewing from the point of view of investor, the strong sponsor, developer is very important here. So we speak how to attract private sector because it is more flexible structure, a strong business model which is more client oriented, which provides some extra services for clients, and the stress here is on technologies which make it possible to be more competitive, which make it possible to be more sustainable and resilient. which meet the challenges of the world in inflexible way. Thank you. She was Mrs. Chernyshova. And in continuation of our discussion, we will address to Klaus Tirko, Chief Technical Advisor, UNIDO Chief Technical Advisor, and the question to you
of Ukraine's green recovery and international investors' expectation, what key technical and governance element of the eco-industrial park model ensure compliance with environmental, social, and government standards while enhancing the investment readiness of industrial parks?
Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here. EIP is a very important topic. Industrial development is imperative in many countries, especially here in Ukraine, where it is very clear that there is a need to rewire and redirect the economy and the industrial production. The thing how to do that, it will be depending on, obviously there needs to be a clear analysis of the sectors, the type of activities, the products that are in demand both here and in the export markets. But there are other things that are drawing investors in or pushing them out, and I think Sylvain was talking about that earlier, is that there is a lot of potential investors there where the target markets are increasingly, or it can be the market, it can be the corporate policies that are demanding a very high quality and standards when it comes to the production facilities they are producing. It's not only the standards of the products, but it's actually the location. Another part which is important for investors is that they can be doing their production. They are not interested, if they can avoid it, to ensure that there is energy, ensure that there is logistical partners, ensuring that there are facilities for different side business that are being conducted. So they want to come there in, they want to have a plug-and-play type of a facility where they can start to do their core activity, which they are good at. And the good news for industrial parks is that these investors are actually willing to pay a premium price for that. They are willing to pay a higher rent if you can provide that security, that continuity. And so any of you out there who are thinking of establishing an industrial parks, do it to a high quality. It will require a little bit more investment now, but it will pay back handsomely. That's maybe one of the topics. The other topics, obviously you have your production, you're thinking, okay, where should I put my facility? You think about, okay, do I have water? Do I have energy? Do I have access roads and all that? Another thing to think about here, which comes up to the ESG standards, is really the sort of the social part of it. Also, a clear showstopper for any investor is availability of skilled labor. So that's also the things that you need to think about when you are developing your industrial park and the facilities. Is it sort of all encompassing? Does it have the facilities that can bring in everybody who have something to contribute skills? We talk about gender, yes, this is important. There are also other types of disabilities which are important to take into considerations. The access coming and going for the employers to be able to access the park, access the facilities and so on, can be increasingly important just to ensure that you have the skilled labor there. So think about this social part in a really sort of from a perspective of being really inclusive. That's also maybe a topic which are discussed less in less in this context. And EIP and the framework will allow for comprehensive planning of all this. And it's important that you, independent of whether you have an existing park, but even more important is that when you're planning, that you get these synergies in place, because retrofitting afterwards is much more complicated. But once you reach there, you then have the possibility of, in the Ukrainian context, to be certified with the EIP standard. And that will be, I think, it will be a very valuable batch for you to show to whoever might be out there looking for taking the opportunities of a new and new industrialized Ukraine. Maybe I just stop there. Just think about things that ensuring that the core activities of park management is key. The park management needs to be understanding how they are developing, how do they see the different phases, how do they see the growth of the park, that can ensure that there is an uninterrupted production for all the tenants in the park. Because the park is there to serve the tenants, and if you have that thought in mind, many of these other things will fall in place.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякую. Головний технічний.
Thank you ever so much.
Є в мене так, є в нас деякі питання, шановні учасники.
Dear participants,
Ставити запитання і також
you may pose a question in Instagram. Those who are participants in Zoom or YouTube, please come to Telegram channel. The question is to Mr. Author. Does the state policy predict any stimulus for the enterprises to be involved into the concept of eco-industrial parks? This question has been discussed in Cherkasy. There was a conference in Lviv. There was a conference, and the question was posed. People are waiting. Some people are waiting for stimulus to become eco-oriented, eco-biased. Do we have any framework for this implemented this year?
Very much for this for the question. Actually, nothing. Actually, we don't envisage anything about what actually exists today. We understand for us it's not important to look at this topic once again. If you have any proposal how we could make these arrangements we are discussing now existing and being even workable, we will hear you. No interest rate loans. This is, for example, the interest of some actors. It's very abstract example, you know. Actually, what incentives could be offered, but they should be actually proposed with the mechanisms, the way they are, could be implemented. Because there could be very many ideas, but if the mechanism is poor, then it is not working. For us, it's very important to have a detailed description. We would like to have this, and this could be implemented with this mechanism. We understand that today we have one issue. When something is offered, they are not in a full know of all the options that are workable. So it could happen that these arrangements do already exist and work successfully. We understand that to be active participants of our discussions, it's a big plus. With this, actually, we could actually exchange very many visions and thoughts. Any proposals or any questions from those who are in the floor, and maybe we have also some participants that have questions from the chat. In Telegram channel, we have the list of panels. Please be active, ask questions through the Telegram channel. Maybe we have an additional question to this. Maybe Sylvan, you will answer. Eco-industrial parks, actually, what is their role in the green transition and introduction of the green standards in the industry?
I was speaking. So I think this is fairly straightforward. I mean, from the perspective of our project, there's a legacy industrial parks, mostly from Soviet times, that have corresponding, standards and have been built in a certain way that we are trying to, together with UNIDO, of course, and many different partners, and of course the management of the parks, the companies situated there, to improve and to lift up in terms of, the different dimensions of standards that we discussed already. So this is, I think, taking the baseline and improving it. Also, maybe more in the field of greenfield park development, we're trying to work together with new parks and the management and the client companies, the tenant companies that will be located there, to from the get-go set the bar much higher, to really, as Klaus nicely said, it's much easier to start at a high level than to sort of improve later on. It's easier in terms of planning, and it's easier in terms of costs. It's cheaper to build a new than to retrofit, of course. So we're supporting the development of certain greenfield parks that are now built at the highest eco-industrial park standard, to also showcase how this concretely works, to show the feasibility. It is possible, how it is possible, as a sort of a lighthouse model for other parks to follow, and hopefully to inspire many more investors and companies, between park management and companies that choose to be located at such a site, to go that way and really right away try to get ready for all the different requirements that we have outlined, that are the opportunities that are available. So this would be, I think, the concrete way we try to go. Yes.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякую.
Thank you.
Ну що ж, якщо більше запитань немає.
Well, when we have no more questions, in Telegram we have no questions. Let's applaud our speakers. Maybe you have something to say at the end of our panel discussion. Thank you goes to our panelists. That was a channel on industrial parks approach, transition to eco-industrial parks. We will have the lunch time, and I kindly invite you back to by 1 o'clock to the conference room. We will be meeting at 1 p.m. Next session will cover financial topics, and we invited representatives of Ukrainian banks. So bon appetit to all of you, and now we have a lunch break. Okay.
Цю важливу дискусію.
Так, тим більше, що наступна дискусія присвячена фінансам, фінансуванню зеленого відновлення України через підтримку екоіндустріальних парків. Знаємо, що ця тема дуже цікава для багатьох учасників. Тож, друзі, давайте займати свої місця, будь ласка. Прошу заходити, що у нас буде кавова перерва і неформальне спілкування увечері. Тож буде час ще обмінятися контактами, налагодити знайомства. Зараз давайте перейдемо до панельної дискусії номер 3.
Панельна дискусія номер 3, як вже Дмитро сказав, на тему фінансування зеленого відновлення України через підтримку екоіндустріальних парків. І, власне, запрошую учасників панельної дискусії зайняти свої місця. Це Олексій Савін, директор департаменту сталого бізнесу АБ «Укргазбанк».
Sustainable Banking Department, Gasbank.
Євген Куліков,
Head of Corporate Businesses, Private Bank.
Пане Євгене. Андрій Мельник, керівник програм сталого розвитку АТ доєднається до нас онлайн. На жаль, не зміг фізично приїхати. Запрошую на цю сцену Андрія Гнаткового, директора з підтримки корпоративного інвестиційного малого та середнього бізнесу АТ «Сенсбанк». Пане Андрію. Павло Притико, директор департаменту по роботі із середнім корпоративними клієнтами АТ «ПУМ». Та Ірина Олійник, керівник напрямку координації ESG та сталого розвитку АТ Дуже дякую.
Так, шановні колеги, ми починаємо нашу панельну дискусію, тож якщо є бажання поговорити тет-а-тет, давайте ми це зробимо трошечки пізніше. Шановні колеги, будь ласка, давайте займемо свої місця. Так, трошечки шумно там у нас біля стендів. Вибачайте, обідня перерва скінчилася, але ще будуть паузи, ще буде нагода поговорити. Дякую. Ми будемо зараз говорити про екоіндустріальні парки як інструмент довгострокової структурної модернізації промисловості, який орієнтований на інтеграцію ресурсоефективності, індустріального симбіозу, спільної інфраструктури і принципів сталого управління. Ну і, звісно, поговоримо про фінансову модель, яка відрізняється від традиційних інвестиційних проєктів. Це створює розрив між логікою розвитку екоіндустріальних парків і деякими практиками банківського кредитування. Словом, про всі проблеми, з якими кожного дня зустрічаються наші підприємства. Ми зараз обговоримо. Я думаю, у кожного буде нагода, хто бажає поставити питання представникам банків. Дуже багато вже сьогодні було питань стосовно економіки, стосовно фінансування, тож саме зараз можна буде це зробити, але спочатку давайте подискутуємо, пані Олено.
Колеги, ми не будемо сьогодні говорити загальнопросталісно, будемо говорити про архітектуру фінансування. Чи може екоіндустріальний парк стати для банків зрозумілою, структурованою і менш ризиковою моделлю? Почнемо з оцінки ризику і перейдемо до блоку питань. Першого, чи є екоіндустріальний парк іншим ризиковим профілем? І, власне, питання до пана Олега Савіна.
Пана Олексія,
Олексій Савін,
з вашої практики сталого фінансування, чи дає модель екоіндустріального парку перевагу з точки зору зниження екологічних та операційних ризиків в порівнянні з окремим підприємством?
Всім доброго дня. Давайте дивитися відносно глибше.
Let's
Бо, як ви
go
знаєте,
deeper
Укргазпром
and have
займається проектами
in-depth
екологічних
discussions.
впровадження енергоефективності та альтернативної
We
енергетики вже понад
implement a
10
number
років.
of energy
І
efficiency programs,
якщо брати
financing,
поверхнево, то загальна
and
концепція
the
екоіндустріального парку нам
general
дуже
concept of
імпонує.
eco-industrial
Вона
park
логістично має
is
відповідати,
much in
але
line
тут
with
питання
our bank
не тільки до
policy,
назви, до
but
якоїсь
for us it's
екоіндустріального парку, а до того, що у
to
нього має
understand
бути
in
впровадження
full
системи
that
керування, система управління, звітності.
management
Звичайно, це має бути публічна звітність. І
should be at
ми
certain
бачимо,
standard
що
when we
екоіндустріальний парк має
speak about
декілька можливих варіантів реалізації. Да, це може бути як умовно один клієнт, який всередині
You
себе
know,
створює повний замкнутий
it's
цикл,
important,
так і залучення
there could be
великої
the
кількості
full
внутрішніх великих
cycle,
компаній,
but also
якими
there
треба
could be
керувати.
the arrangement
І з урахуванням
when we
загальної
have
концепції
one
екоіндустріального парку,
key
впровадження
company
єдиної
and
системи
it
поводження з
invites to the
відходами,
business
стічними
other
видами, зменшення
companies
викидів
that will
забруднення.
actually work
Так,
on
воно
some
має зменшувати
underlying issues and
екологічні
maybe
та
with such
операційні ризики
arrangements
підприємства.
actually
Але
the
тут треба
company
дивитися
costs could be
не тільки на
reduced
екологічні, а
and
вже на
could
більш
be
сучасний
more
ESG профіль
effective.
підприємства. І тут ми
Actually,
отримуємо
depending on
він-він.
the profile
Бо коли
of the
підприємство
company,
впроваджує
lots will
всі
depend,
необхідні стандарти для
because
того,
when
щоб
the
відповідати
company
статусу
implements
екоіндустріального
all
парку,
the
він автоматично
standards
має
that are
вже починає
prescribed for the
відповідати і
eco-industrial
вимогам
parks,
ESG, які зараз впроваджуються
it
на
should
рівні
be in line
Національного
with
банку. Вони вже
ESG
імплементуються в сучасні кредитні програми,
and now
починаючи від
they are
державної
being
підтримки 5-7-9,
implemented
так і до внутрішніх кредитних програм кожного
based
окремого.
on the state program
Дуже
in
дякую.
support of
І одразу
eco-industrial
питання
parks.
до Приватбанку,
This
пана
question
Євгена
goes to
Кулікова.
Evgen
З точки
Kulikov,
зору
private
корпоративного
bank.
кредитування, чи
From the
впливає
point
на
of
рішення
view of
банку той
corporate
факт, що
funding,
підприємство працює
is there
в парку
any
з централізованою
difference
інфраструктурою
if,
та
for
зрозумілою
example,
системою
if you,
управління?
in case you work
Добрий день всім,
with
дякую
one
за запрошення.
entity
Маю честь
that
представляти Приватбанк
is
тут.
a
Давайте, мені
centralized
дуже сподобалася
entity,
перша
whether it
дискусія, яка
makes the
сьогодні була.
process
Там до нас
more
були
clearer
представники Кабміну і
and
Верховної Ради,
smooth.
особливо в тій частині,
The point
коли
is that
було
the
сказано,
first
давайте спустимося
session
з небес на
actually
землю
we
і
discussed
будемо
a
казати
lot.
про реальні речі.
Some people said
ESG,
it's
те, от про що
better to
тільки що
go
казали колеги, це уже
closer to
даність, і
the
це
earth,
обов'язкова вимога для
not
всіх
to
банків.
fly in the
У нас зараз в
skies.
приваті ви не можете отримати
In
жоден
the
кредит, якщо
private
банк при цьому не
bank,
робить
if, for
екологічно соціальну
example,
оцінку.
normally
Різниця
our
для простих
bank
підприємств, для простих проєктів вона більш спрощена, що
actually
зрозуміло.
has the
Якщо у вас складний проєкт, який це екоіндустріальний парк, якщо мова йде про відходи, забруднення, вода, повітря і так далі, соціальний аспект, оцінка має бути поглиблена. Тому ми не просто звертаємо увагу на це, не просто якісь міфічні норми Нацбанку, які колись будуть. Це щоденна реальність, і у колег я розумію, що воно абсолютно так само ми обсуждали. Сьогодні ти не можеш прокредитувати компанію, якщо ти це не оцінив. Чи це плюс? Ні, бо це важко. Ти на це витрачаєш час і зусилля, клієнт на це витрачає час і зусилля, а клієнти до цього не звикли, банку це складно робити. Ну, це проходить болісно, факт, визнаємо. Але чи це потрібно? Відповідь так, бо ми прагнемо в Європейський Союз, ми хочемо продавати туди свої товари, ми хочемо, щоб наші підприємства були конкурентно здатні не лише в своїй області або не лише в Україні, а щоб вони були здатні експортувати в ЄУ. Якщо ми цього хочемо, ми маємо відповідати нормам екологічним, санітарним і будь-яким іншим вимогам, які пред'являються. Тому для банку це не питання додаткової плюшечки або плюсику для проекту. Це в принципі питання оцінки, чи проект буде економічно вдалим. Ну, який ринок, яка буде вироблятися продукція, куди вона буде поставлятися. Бо якщо компанія каже, ми зі своїм продуктом захопимо Польщу, Угорщину і в Румунії будемо продавати, але при цьому вони не звертають увагу на стандарти, по яким вони будуть продавати продукт, проект не життєздатний з самого початку. Тому ми тепер, раніше в наше життя, там, відматуючи 20 років тому, спочатку банкір, який продає, він мав бути одночасно і ризик-менеджером, і продавцем, потім ми всі стали комплайнсом і фінмоном, тепер ми всі дружно ще й екологи. В кожному банку є екологи, всі розуміють, як з цим працювати, і це знання, воно шириться. Тому будь-який проект, який до нас потрапляє, а, до речі, у нас наразі, якщо брати середній корпоративний бізнес, 2/3 проєктів, які ми отримуємо в роботу, це інвестиційні проекти. Це або розширення існуючих потужностей, або побудова якихось нових, або компанії шукають для себе нові ніші, то екологічна соціальна оцінка і ESG, якщо ширше на це дивитися, дивимося обов'язково. Екоіндустріальні парки не є тут відмінністю. Аналізуємо, і це дуже сильно впливає на те, що ми називаємо bankability, наскільки проект bankable.
For us, it's very important that all our projects will be bankable and viable. This infrastructure also will assist in approving when we take this or that decision. If we have a well-structured programs, we see that the management company did a good work and the resident only works on production. We realize that the cost of this project is higher, value of this project is higher, and it will be viable. Thank you very much. It's nice to be with you at this event. Nice to meet my colleagues from the banking sector. And it's a sort of a very perspective story when we speak about the support to the environmental parks support.
Іноді спільно з колегами в рамках синдикованого кредитування. І за це майбутнє. Головне питання цієї дискусії в тому, чи є ризик-профіль іншим. Так, він є іншим. Такі або екоіндустріальні парки, або індустріальні парки. Але не можна сказати, що він або гірший, або кращий з точки зору банка. Він інший. Є плюси, великі плюси такої організації, і є, звичайно, виклики. Я не скажу мінуси.
There are pluses and minuses, there are challenges. We work with the processes and we work on the processes. Eugen has already reiterated that we would like as society to manufacture production and we should organize, align this process along with the standards with the countries who provide such standards. Then business model. This manufacturing should be energy effective and it should go along the business processes, innovations, and such model of organization of production is very important. We discussed things with the representatives of Ministry of Economy and State because the country should develop some extra value of the production. This is how we present our country. So we should draw your attention to some complex projects because they do demand the chains on the one hand from the state, which stipulates the organization of production, making stimulus, providing state program, also being a pillar for state guarantees and our bank implemented. And this is how it is possible to support entrepreneurs from small and middle businesses. There is the organizer of the project, one who should think about infrastructure, about the stakeholders who will be the residents. He should involve the residents, and we should sooner or later come to this conclusion that these parties will be involved and they should have the steady infrastructure, steady model. And if we combine things, if we combine these strategies, there will be the donor, one who funds it. We should have the tools which we of risk sharing, how to secure war risks, and when such complex system will come to common denominator, that will be successful cases for the whole of the process. This is the holistic overview of the situation, and all together we should be involved and we should be experienced with the international organizations, with the colleagues, and I think this is a very perspective view for the scaled projects. I think that it is very important. About war risks, it's very important as well. The state would like to be a guarantor of such attacks, of Russian attacks. If we speak about the sources of financing available for modernization of the industry of industrial parks, what can we say about it? Good afternoon, dear colleagues, the participants of the conference. I represent Tascom Bank. I am the Director of Sustainable Development, and it is my honor to be here at this event. Speaking about the sources of the financing, I would like to say the following. I represent Tascom Bank, which is the Ukrainian bank operating the market for the 30 years with the Ukrainian citizens, with the Ukrainian stakeholders. For us, it's important to speak about the stable resource. And there is the possibility to cooperate with international investors and donors. There is the rank of the state programs, 579 credits, for example, we are working on, and many other donors projects. And under the conditions, I, as the representative here, would like to stress that ESG is a very important aspect of developing business and involving international investments. And the Ukrainian bank today should be ready for cooperation with international stakeholders. Along with it, our banks today thinks about the demands, and Tascom Bank do support this very important direction. It invests all the necessary resources, and it works not only according to the state programs 579, but within the frames of implementations of key ESG goals undertook by bank from the list of global UN targets, and the target number 9 is the innovation and infrastructure. At the end of the 2025, our bank worked out the stable credit product, which is called municipal resilience, municipal resilience, and we speak about infrastructure here, about financing of the energy sector, about climate support, municipal infrastructure, and also it can be a framework, a tool for cooperation according to international programs of support available at the Ukrainian market. This is as far as international investments are concerned. What about other tools? There are tools of guarantee, and our today's topic, what concerns our today's topic, the state guarantees do not cover it. This is a flaw, I would say, but the two cores, they remain the resources of banks and the international resources. If we speak in terms of percents, how much banks spend for it, and do we have statistics? At the moment, I can't share with the statistics, but I would like to say that much depends upon financial institution. If we speak about commercial Ukrainian bank, this is the separate resource. Much depends upon the peculiarities of this bank. but I cannot indicate that the percent of international investments become larger, and would like to stress that the flow of international investments has a chance to be bigger, but for bank is very important to be ready for such investments and to align their activity with the Ukrainian legislation as well as with international legislation, with the demands of AG. And the next question is to Mr. Andriy Melnik, who is online with us. Do you hear us, Mr. Andriy? So, what are the tools, in your opinion, for modernization of MSB residence operatable today? Do you hear me well? We don't hear Mr. Andriy. Can you wait a bit for a moment? From good afternoon, and yes, we hear you well. Again, congratulations from Lviv. Thank you for being invited, and I am sorry not to be with you here. I am online. But this is a great pleasure for me to listen to our partners, and this is one of my values, KG Bank Lviv, when we actually come together. And when we speak about community, this is about partnership, first of all. And every answer is about new ways, about the ways out, how to develop the directions. And our bank is in this topic for 6 years. I do support it. And we are looking forward to develop the tools not only through the prism Mrs. Irina just noticed. We speak about international tools, we speak about investments, possibilities, and we have it in our hand. We understand that there is topicality, that not all the clients are ready with compliance again to be on one page with donors, and the Lviv Bank undertook this challenge to separately work on it. On the one hand, we would like to finance the business. On the other hand, this is about the credit. We would like to understand how to reduce energy supplies, and for us it's very important for international donors, and to do it the bank should undertake a special role as to the development of this possibility, to accompany the very process technically when such assistance makes it possible to take a proper project, working with the proper tools, equipment, to tune it up to the location of the park. That's why there is the technical department in our bank, experienced engineers, certified engineers, first of all, working with ecologists. So we should speak not about financial possibility, but technical possibilities as well, for the client not to have problems, additional problems, to have final effect, which is very lucrative for the client. And we have positive cases of communication with residents when we together can receive proper results while implementing the projects, starting from the technical passport. And I do support the idea that the clients should not work for lucrative conditions. They should do something by themselves. They should work hard in order to close some of the legal aspects as well. We speak about licenses and orders. we do understand that how it works as a stop factor. So, along with our efforts, common efforts to generate proper values, with the client, we will follow the tendencies, the market tendencies, with the orientation to the European markets, to make the tools more available for business entities. And we may use them tomorrow, not waiting for a miracle. And we should not wait for enhancing the environmental situation, which stops a business entity from taking the credit. And we are trying our best to be aligned with technical expertise, as well as with the financial support needed for the project. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Andrei. And speaking about mechanism of decreasing the risks, and the question is probably to Pavlo Preteko. We have already discussed about some issues of such mechanism. What risk enhancement mechanisms are used in terms of eco renovations? Thank you. This is a very good question to bankers. I know Andrei will support me. So you will proceed. This is a very good question. Thank you for such question. This is a practical question, first of all. Our bank actually assessed the risks and actually is responsible for this security of stakeholders. And it should have, for sure, a competence. That's why we assess a business model, first of all. And we have the standards of ESG. But such projects, this is what I started our discussion with, they are prolonged projects. They are capital-oriented. They have different directions where bank should have unique expertise, both technical and ecological, risk management, risk sharing. And from practice, what we are trying to draw your attention to, there are many factors. There are more than 110 projects registered, but practically they are mostly in paper. But some of them are in links with the operators, those who have technical expertise, building expertise, and it makes it possible to create a solid infrastructure. The representatives of small and middle businesses do not have huge resources to develop the infrastructure. They are having some business models, and if they see that the business project is ready, they are more interested in it. They address to banks as to the key chains of financing, and bank views whether the capacities, financing capacities, are ready for it. And from our practice, we have more than 50% of projects in PUM we financed, and they had this investment character. We financed it from the scratch. And we attentively usually analyze the product, the business model, the market, the contracts. I would like, again, the terms of the contracts, the service of the credit. And we, along with the colleagues, act here as a technical consultant in order to properly assess financing, as well as to understand our participation in this project. It makes it possible to view how the part of shares usually are invested. Then banks understand that they should have more tools for it. I would like to have some extra support from international organizations to cover military risk, operational risks. This is one tool. For sure, it's good that we have one tool and we have the access to portfolios of guarantees provided by the ministries of finance. This is the place where they need it. And the residents, the investor, while preparing business plan, try to evaluate the price of the resource. And these are the funds of the Ukrainian business, of the Ukrainian bank system, which can be connected with grants. So such state grants should be connected with international support, either by means of financing or by other guarantees, just to do such a mix. Then we may use the state program 579, which aligns with this logics, and we show to the client the dots, the common dots, because this is the investment project, and it should be covered in future. And usually we see how this project may be prolonged, and PUM Bank is ready to view it. So I ask you to work on such projects. We are searching for it. So let's work together with you on them. Mr. Andrei, would you like to say a couple of words about it? Thank you for being invited here. I present Sands Bank. And I would like to again add something that we are well grounded here. What banks should do, the basic task of the bank is to assess the credit risk. We should do it in order to support the stability of our bank, our financial institution. And in terms of financing of eco-industrial parks, unfortunately, this is the demand of our national bank to us, and they are not soft, I would say. First of all, we view the business model of the client. We see whether we have any trust in this project. From the ecological assessment and ESG risks, from the point of view of compliance to the standards, banks evaluate the story, but the client should have the compliance, and it does not interfere to credit risk story. So if there is no the compliance, you have some risks not to obtain finance. As to other tools which make it possible to reduce credit risks, I would actually draw your attention to sharing risk program risks. These are the portfolios from Cabinet of Ministries. This is a very active tool for MSB segment, targets on ESG credit companies. Another tool or another group of tools, I would say the classical way of reducing risk. This is the regressive business for the client. Alternative mortgage. And these are the tools which are widely used from the practice. Again, we view and finance many projects. We see many of them, which we may call startups. And for banks, this is a very risky story. And my colleagues do support me that we do not undertake it, because our goal here is to assess credit risk properly. And for us, it is very important to focus on the clients who have some complexities with financing, those who do not have any other alternatives, and the focus should be put on them first of all. From the other tools which reduce financial expenditures, the reduced percentage and the credit risk, they are classical programs. 579. There is an effective program like one for energy resources, energy decisions from State Energo, which actually uses 14% of the capital. So we are not working for ideal clients. We are not searching for perfect clients. We would like to see transparent, manageable risk. There is a question in Telegram. Would like to add. We would like to add something. Sorry, we will pay extra. So if there are some representatives, please, we would make you active, because you raise very interesting question, how to control the risks or reduce risk. So there are some elephant rules, like a military risk, but we are not speaking about it. There are some state banks and two tasks. First of all, to earn money for the budget. And the second task, it is to support priority branches of the economy of Ukraine. And the industrial parks go very good for the second task. If we speak about ecosystem, about how to create new working spaces, extra value, and so on, about export potential. And from this point of view, it's very important both for state banks and private banks, and to finance eco-parks is a very good thing. On the other hand, a previous question was about the finance, what finance may be used. So please read the statistics of National Bank. Many banks are full of cash, and the problem is not in the lack of resources, but the problem is in equality of resources. The banks have enough resources to finance any projects in Ukraine. And the third project is the capital. The third aspect is capital. Bank would like to follow the normatives of National Bank. And the fresh account from National Bank is okay as to the capital. There can be some complexities with capital, but we speak about liquidity first of all, which make it possible for banks to go ahead. So I would like to join my colleagues stressing that we actually are working for proper clients. So how to cover the risks, how to assess them. You have the object, everything is fine, but then the shakehead targets it and it disappears. So we are forced to do something else, and we have the expertise to work with the relocated companies. So we are working again to work with our former clients in Zaporizhia. some of the objects were ruined last week. How to assess this risk? How should cover this risk? So we do not have any security projects for military risk, and they're not real, I would say. This is what we would like to have, but you may actually go for a small project for insurance in Kherson, in western Ukraine, an object $40 million of value from military risks. It's impossible to do. The state would like to have some steps in it. Really, such insurance may exist, but it's not real. So we should support priority and economic production, and we assess as how this business will manage the credit, whether it can proceed with operational activity. And if we have two different cases, on the one hand you have startup where business is located on one location, where no insurance is available. So, on the other hand, we have the companies all scattered with the object, with its objects, and whether there is another business involved.
Страждалу компанію у випадку прильоту, то такі проекти набагато більше мають шансів на виживання.
Such projects are available for the future updating. So foreign banks, Ukrainian banks, they carry many risks, and to cover military risk is impossible. We can only analyze it according to the reasons in order to assess what it will happen when the Sheikh had reached it and so on, because we are in one boat. We have military risk, we prognose something, we assess business plans, business models, thinking about safety. So it means that the war goes on and the company should be operational and to have this ability to serve the credits during the war. So there are some more questions. And in short, first of all, money is available, and we do not have any limitations here. We have much liquidity. About the capital, in Ukraine, there are very good decisions here and cases. 200,000 may be realized. What about credit risks? This is not the stop factor. If a bank assesses it properly, it starts communicating with the client. It shows the following story. Look, you have the priorities 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will have stage-by-stage financing. This is not a stop factor, I would say. Again, it can be solved, and international guarantees we mentioned helped us much here. Some of them are automatic, so they may cover military risk. This is not insurance. This is not financing. This is the mitigating of the risk. How to mitigate it along with clients. It derives us to the idea that the client becomes more interested for the owner of the bank as well as for international partners who see that he is attractive and perspective from the point of view of business. So who is the right supplier here? Or borrower would say, whom banking system is ready to finance, managing company, separate resident, and we should think about the safety here. safe situation here. The closer we are to Romanian border, the better it is. So for our participants and online participants, let's draw a kind of a picture of a borrower who will approach you tomorrow. Will you provide money for development in order to be translated to eco-industrial park? We will do it step by step, right?
Okay, first of all, because I do manage this activity area, and actually the right borrower will be the entity who had the IG, relevant IG profile, because we understand our attitude to this requirement is the same as with other banks. IG profile, client profile analysis and assessment is a correct instrument. We also give support to the client. We clarify for the clients what is to be compliant to EAG and how to build up their operations in order to be in line with these requirements. When we speak about the borrowers for the international programs, it's a very correct requirement, because when we do risk assessment in terms of crediting, it's so critical to get this indicator. I believe that actually credit personnel actually could comment on this more, because there is a number of requirements which will be okay.
Будуть враховувати ще в зв'язку зі змінами в чинному законодавстві. Всі знають про зміни до методи рекомендацій про організацію корпоративного управління, вони були затверджені. Відповідно, ми йдемо до цього. Так, це є підґрунтям, в тому числі підготовкою до міжнародних інвестицій, але ми будемо аналізувати ці впливи не лише в рамках міжнародних програм. Ми будемо це робити
Of the relevant impacts, not only in terms of foreign investments, but we understand that also it is critical if we speak about internal investments. Andrew, what could you say? What's going on in Lviv? I hope that in Lviv we have the same situation as in other banking institutions in Ukraine, but there is the concept of the exclusions that is available with Ukrainian banks as well as international donors, because maybe all of you are aware of the fact that there are attempts in Ukraine for business management like pseudo-IG, because it's the so-called greenwashing mechanism, because we witness some of the attempts of this kind, and it means that you as the owner of the business, it could be perfect from the point of view of financial indicators, but EFG probably will go poor when we speak about this in terms of national papers. It means with these actually all this cancels all your achievements as the entity. We understand the model of repayment, green credits repayment model is better, and actually we really compare them with other types of loans and credits. But despite a good financial standing, sometimes there are nuances that bank actually sometimes say no to the client, having certain reasons that are clearly explained to the client. Friends, do you have anything to add? I will be brief, and I'd like to add the following. EFG, as I say, it's must-have. I fully agree with my colleague. Profile, industry's clients, what is their production is, when industrial parks, actually they have a good effect as a unity of production companies. If we speak about the PUM Bank, actually we give support to all the industries, large corporations, logistics companies, transport, energy companies. We give support to small and medium businesses because we give them crediting to enlarge their operations, and it's a good story. And as we say, welcome. What you should keep in mind, the sustainable business model startups, they could live, but their proportion is very small in terms of the overall funding. And no doubt, actually, we would like to have a better proportion of the companies that are export-oriented, green companies. It should be operational companies. There could be a well-tested business model, sustainable market, distribution market, and with a good perspective for exports, the presence of experiences and the capital, and frankly speaking, investment projects, they require capital. Andriy have already mentioned this. It's a very good comment. We understand there should be a source for support, specifically for the time of construction and launching. It's very critical. And normally in such projects, normally they buy equipment. Normally this equipment is to be produced for 6-9 months. And for this period, there should be sustainable flow of funding and resources in order to enlarge production. We understand the availability of capital as well. Actually, collaterals and pledges also important. It should be high quality, sustainable. It's also the issue. We understand when we speak about crediting, we understand presence of collaterals is so important. But I address all of you, if you have any doubts and you would like to clarify anything, please get to us. Andriy, I understand that we are slightly too slow, but I would like to say there should be a good puzzle. First of all, we should have a trust to the project. Reputation of the owner is also critical. Reputation of the owner is critical, and also very important that it is a critical industry. When we do give funding, normally it's a long-term funding for a long-living project. In this case, we will be more aware and sure that the credit will be repaid. We understand here we should have a flexible understanding. Actually, we try to explain clients all the details about the instruments because this will make decision of the client easier, and because the circle of the financial instruments that are available is enlarged after our briefing on the instruments that could be proposed, and clients feel more sure. Actually, we understand that the private bank actually across Ukraine gives credit. First of all, we understand if we speak about frontline entities, we cannot ensure military risks because you understand we have very many boroughs who need crediting in the north of Chernihiv and Sumy region. It's the issue we understand. Location, is so critical. Those who plan to start eco-industrial parks, they will feel more sure, more certain when we will be based not very close to the front line or to Ukrainian-Russian border. The point is that with my bank, I'm 20 years. Always when we have a dialogue with a client, normally it is important to feel like a client. For example, if you are a client, how you will feel if you are refused in crediting only because the location is very close to the front line. We understand to those who are now based in Kharkiv region, it's very difficult for them to be compliant to IFG requirements. And we understand it's very difficult, but it does not mean that we close the door. We do environmental, social assessment of such clients. Actually, we assess them and giving them rating and scoring. And if we see that there is a moderate risk, normally we give certain timing for them in order they will work it out, and then we give them some instructions how to do this, and then we are ready to get back to discussion again. For the bank, what is the right client for the bank? Currently in Ukraine, if the person has business and the person is not a bankrupt, it means it's the right person. It means that the person has a good understanding on the business. If, for example, a person gets to you and says, okay, I would like to build something fascinating, normally we say to the client, say, you're planning to start the industrial park. We normally ask them whom you will invite to your eco-industrial park, what they will be doing. But we understand it's necessary to provide the necessary infrastructure for the future eco-industrial park actors. And then we understand that the client should know all the details on the project. But if, for example, the client is not fully sure on this or that the issue, we give the so-called homework in order to make such person bankable. And it means with this we could use different different international mechanisms that actually no problem that these clients will have a chance to use many more instruments that are available. After home task done, no doubt they will feel much better. The point is that if, for example, you are supposed to be supplied the energy equipment, also we have some arrangements in order to reduce these costs. Here also we could use the cashback mechanisms, and also we have some programs, for example, programs that pertain not only to the green projects, but projects which, for example, invite veterans. With, in this case, no doubt, we could give them very many more benefits. And this was in line with EG criteria. Let's take some questions from Telegram. When we have environmental assessment of investment projects, banks are guided by the unified methodology, or you have your own criteria. Thank you. I believe that the only methodology in the banks is not available, but there are different they could actually turn eco-social World Bank standards, and when we speak about accessible crediting programs, you should comply to these 10 requirements, interaction with the clients, and regulator says that is SRD directives based on which we build up the legal environment for ESG in Ukraine, and today banks bank on its own could do. Regulators has not spelled out a single clear-cut methodology. The bank could do eco-social assessment, risk assessment based on the basic practices available in Europe. And this is our future, we understand. And if we plan to access Europe, then no doubt we should rely on these practices. It is important that in these processes, it is important that each bank should understand on topics, because on topics that are critical for this or that bank, they should be voiced, and then this will be the basis for the future work. Many Ukrainian banks today so far are more inclined to work by eco-social standards of the World Bank, what is not in conflict to the environment, and each methodology has nuances. There are very many methodologies, GRI standards, others. There are very many standards of this kind, and we are today in the phase when we were waiting for a long time from the regulator to present Ukrainian banks their its recommendation, and IRSHA 31, it is actually only the start, and these requirements will be standardized. A good deal of work is done by NABU, because at our our last meeting, they requested setting up an advisory group which will unify all the documents. We understand the legal environment allows the Ukrainian bank to work on this topic without the single national methodology.
Дякую. Коротке доповнення. Пару років тому в одному з інтерв'ю, не інтерв'ю, це була панельна дискусія, там сиділа на сцені Катерина Рожкова, на той момент заступник.
There was one discussion with Katerina Rushkova, the vice president of the bank, and if she said that if we would have a kind of the intervention of the partners, there will be no credit portfolio left. We implemented step by step. If the borrower comes to the bank and you have the light sociological questionnaire, it's okay. Imagine that in a year the questionnaire will be doubled. So we have risk-sharing program signed with IFI, and our sociological strategy is signed with FRP. And every time we face due diligence, they examine our ecological and social policy, and they would like to update it because the risk-sharing strategy makes it possible to finance it in different ways. So we have the evolution of this policy. Last week we trained some of the team as to the eco and sociological standard in order to work out some of the specific cases. So this is what's going on in every bank, and the banks are not aligned, but they will be pulled up to European standards. It's inevitable. I would like to update this information so they do not have standards. National Bank as a regulator will implement it. That will be a minimal base. Which will it be the same? No, it will be enlarged, but within the eco norms they will differ from product to product. So for turnover it will be simplified, but for the investor with the international programs it will be more complicated. And in Ukraine they have stable loans, and the demands are more complicated there. So we should then we will have one level for all of the banks, but much will depend upon the beneficiary. Very short list. Yes, I do understand. I would like to have some positive issues here. Dear participants, dear entrepreneurs, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. We started, implemented it once, and I do remember it. So please address us. This is our task to do, to draw your attention to important issues we will share with the experience. Trust our military forces, trust our society. Together, we will pass the gaps for our families, for our organizations. Thank you. Probably there are some questions in the room. Pass a mic to a person. Good afternoon. I am Valery Kyryuk from Industrial Park of Ukraine. Out from two banks, there is the financing of industrial parks as to the program 50/50 to 150 million hryvnias. So this is to Ukrsbank. So are you competent enough to answer the question? Because sometimes people don't know about it. Yes. So I have just a question. First of all, during the evaluation, do you take into consideration some other criterions or just one who take loan? Look, I would say that we do not evaluate such criterion because there are light criterion. There is no credit risk here. We do work with this program. It's a very good way to obtain 50% of compensation for communications for one park. We have cases which are realized. There are some demands from the ministries who implement such programs which are to be implemented. From the point of view of bank, for us this is not a credit. We work here as a bank who provides service to it. Taking into consideration your applicable story. So the second question is, not often a person applied there has a second part of it. Are there some other ways for financing? So returning to our previous discussion, if you, for example, have we evaluate you as a loaner, we would like first of all to analyze your business model, whether you can provide a mortgage, if there is a risk-sharing program available, and whether you meet criterion of such program, because very often banks are providers of such program, of such criterion. If everything is connected, if dots are connected, you obtain the credit line, but your participation is a must here. Very often, the initiator has a banking guarantee or contract signed with other bank. So 50-50. But to take 50 from state and 50 a credit, this variant is less realistic. So infrastructure, engineering infrastructure does not usually have the reverse function. And this is the point of the question. If initiator does not have other businesses, we as a bank is to understand the credit risks and the stabilities of investments. If you meet the criterion, you may obtain the credit. The project which we realized with one of the parks, there was both a credit shoulder and the state participation, but the loaner has the alternative mortgage. So the question from the hall and from Telegram.
Thank you very much for an incredible discussion here. It's a great honor to be here in your country. So I've been here since February. I'm a Wall Street guy, and I came here to work on eco-industrial parks because I believe eco-industrial parks are a structured, incentivized entry point into the country's rebuild framework. My firm last year co-led a Bolivian $5 billion sovereign carbon security. We co-led the world's first Paris Article 6.2 aligned, IPCC aligned, and SEC registered sovereign carbon security. We pooled together a bunch of projects in Bolivia that would have gone to different carbon markets, and we put them in an SEC registered bond to rapidly mobilize capital at scale. And so when I look at how Ukraine is leapfrogging many advanced economies in the energy transition, to me, that provides an opportunity to provide investors accelerated decarbonization per dollar and Paris-aligned investment. And what we're doing is we're using that structure as a blueprint for Ukraine because that provides investors a bond-like structure where you can sovereign wealth funds, pension funds, and insurance companies that typically wouldn't get involved in carbon markets now have a way to get involved in carbon markets so high-emitting countries can invest at scale. And so just a couple quick questions. So we're doing this on two levels. One at a project level where we take an eco-industrial park that has a bioenergy component and because of the bioenergy, carbon capture, sequestration, and storage carbon credits that are created, instead of going to the carbon markets, what we do is embed that inside the green use of proceeds bonds to use the power of the bond markets to scale capital. Likewise, we want to scale that model on a sovereign level and use that as a means of scaling capital and as a means of accelerating the green rebuild. So I think you made a comment that when you meet sustainability criteria, you have a number of financial instruments that are more widely available. So I'd just love to hear your thoughts on using eco-industrial parks as a means of attracting capital, and also your thoughts on using the power of the bond markets to scale carbon projects and Paris-aligned 6.2 investment. Thank you.
I may start. First of all, I would like to after the session to interact in more details, receive the presentation to see exactly how it works, because what have been working in Bolivia, it will not necessarily work the same scale in Ukraine. That's why I need to go into details. Some of the things you mentioned, like pension funds, doesn't exist in Ukraine. Green-linked bonds doesn't exist in Ukraine. So some of that, what you mentioned, it could fly here, but we really need to devil is in details. Перейду на українську. Потрібно зустріти.
We should meet each other and to discuss. One thing is that I should be serious about it. A part of it may have a sense in Ukraine, but we should go into details.
If it can really match what we're speaking right now. Because eco-industrial parks in Ukraine, they cannot issue green bonds. Дякую вам.
Дякую. Героям слава.
Героям слава, дякуємо.
Glory to heroes, thank you. Everything was understandable. So there is a question from the participants. If industrial park invest into the holistic system SOZ, is it corporate or structural financing? Who would like to take a floor? Looking short, that's a very good question. Thank you. So we communicated as to the profile and as to the residence financing. And here I would like to start from the capital raising and about the equipment, which is a long-term project. It's relevant, but the question is more about financing of organizers, those who develop the infrastructure to make proposals. And we are experienced in such projects. In short, this is what makes differ to finance residents or to finance the companies which started industrial or eco-industrial parks, which developed the infrastructure. So the questions arise are very important, how to take away the factors, stop factors. So the bank has this expertise it works differently, but we can go ahead with it. We are experienced of financing of the companies who develop at the beginning the infrastructure communications, starting from the energy. You know, the energy is costly, so it's a very philosophical ideas, but please address the bankers with your projects and good luck. This is the different financing, but we have money for everything. Very important to come with a proper program and to take a loan. Thank you. Thank you to the participants, to Mr. Kuliko, Andriy Melnik, Andriy Gnoyovy, Pavlo Pretika, Irina Olinik. Thank you for such a tense discussion.
Так, і в нас є наступна панельна дискусія ринкові можливості.
And we have another discussion, market possibilities and investment potential. We will speak about finance and not only about finance. The discussion will be interesting because there will be cases of providers. So I invite to the panel discussion transformation of the region and creating the new abilities for business. Director of the department from Vinnytska City Council, Mr. Maxim Martyanov. The deputy of the Khmelnytsky military administration, Roman Uzhva. Natalia Kravtsova, Biosense representative from Industrial Park, and CEO of Lviv Furniture Cluster, Oksana Straz. Congratulations to the speakers, and I would like to remind you that in Telegram you may pose some questions. We will view with you. In the previous panel, we spoke much about finance, about tools, about the possibilities of financing of eco-industrial parks on their ways to eco-industrial parks, but it works where the market is available and investments. So let's speak about translation and transition of the parks into eco-industrial via investments. Mr. Maxim, let's start from you. Let's speak about the bold decisions. What kind of tools are available in regional community, in city community, which provide the environment for the industrial park development and attracting investments to production. And suppose you have some samples, you're welcome. Good afternoon, dear participants, colleagues. Thank you for this possibility to take a floor. I would just speak some umbrella terms. Vinnytsia covers 6 industrial parks with different models of functioning, with different property. And returning to previous discussion, I would like to say that this stage of transition to eco-park will be a very long story because we only satisfy the story of the acting park. The tools we use can be integrated into the tools of equalization just to turn into the eco format. Vinnytsia city support it, and we find a priority the tool. First of all, this is the industrial support Initially, it happened in 2012 when we defined the strategy of city development. And we were having our long way by means of forming our first park. We decided to invest into the structure of the park, because when you have only the lot and when you just propose investor to start, it won't go. So starting from 2017-2018, City Council invested into this project 200 million hryvnias, and then from 2024 we started to address Ministry of Economy, and we became a part of their program support by means of state financing. We also involve here donors and take it into consideration the universal tools which may be used. These are our programs of support for entrepreneurs. This is the compensation from the budget. And what can be very important for eco-park, especially in terms of eco-efficiency, this is our program of support for transition in VDU. We started it in 2023, and it is operating for the 4th year. 5.5 megawatts of energy supported by the business, supplied by the business, so we may just promote it. So, suppose there are questions, you're welcome, either in Telegram or live. Before some general questions will be discussed, Mr. Roman, Vice Head of Khmelnytsky Military Administration, what kind of the steps were done in region to develop industrial parks or for transition of parks into eco-parks? What tools of investment attractions are working? Good afternoon, dear participants. I would start from the point that in our regions there are 9 eco-parks in register. Part of it are private-oriented, part of them community-oriented. And today we discuss this point that not all of industrial park work in the proper way. The tool is potential, and there are 3 moments essential for the industrial parks. First of all, this is infrastructure, the development of infrastructure. It's understandable that because for the part of industrial parks, it was the idea that let's create an industrial park and we will have residents who come with investments, but it does not work in this way. So they start thinking how to attract the investor. Infrastructure, first of all. So the question of infrastructure is of utmost importance. The second question is residents. We may switch on electricity, we may take away wastages, we may think about itinerary, but the situation is that there are no residents. If there are no residents, there is nothing. So the second goal is to find residents for our industrial parks. But in order to reach the first and the second goal, there is another one, the third. But I see that this is institutional capacity of industrial park and management companies. I am not speaking about private industrial parks, because they know what they are working for, they have the concrete goals. What concerns community parks, the questions arise, and our military administration think about it and plan the events in their strategy, how to implement the program of support of industrial parks in order to develop institutional capacity. We should instruct and brief the companies how to work with investors, how to find residents, because you know about the last updating that the parks without residents will be taken away from the list. So we understand that for the serious development of the industrial parks, we should work on the strategies and we should develop the program of industrial park development. There are many events predicted in this program, and we view the possibilities of co-financing of GEIPP-II, and we think about some preferences available for the models of eco-industrial parks. And in this way, we will stipulate the parks to be transformed into eco-models. We also involve the Agency of Regional Development, which cooperates with donors. And in our region, the second park, Slavuta, is registered, and they obtain grant according to water and water supply. And this is it's the way to stipulate other parks for development with the Agency of Regional Development, with international donors. This is a very topical and active tool here.
Is my understanding correct that there is a difference in dialogue as to cooperation between regional governments and private eco parks? We have representatives of eco parks here. We had a nice talk with them, and actually the terms and conditions will be made available for all the actors, no difference whether municipal or private eco-industrial park. We organize working groups, discussions, and we did inform them on this program. And after, and then actually there was a big conference how to engage the residents to the eco-industrial parks, and there is a very good feedback from all the participants because they are very open, and you know, it's nice that at different levels normally we are ready to share different thoughts and opinions. We invite all eco parks to the dialogue, and it's very productive. Any question? We have some questions from our online
Представниця індустріального парку
visitors.
«Біосенс».
Biosense Industrial Park representative. What I would like to ask you, how do you manage the eco park? Actually, what will be the main attraction for the investment to get to the park and to invest money? For example, for us it's important to understand what you could do in order to invite more investors. Good evening to all of you. Actually, it's nice to be with you. It's nice. I represent the group of companies in the framework of which we opened the Eco Park. It has been registered. It's a private one in Cherkasy region. Biosense Eco-Industrial Park. We started its registration 6 months ago, and practically after the change with the government, we actually completed the registration in late August 2025. But actually, we prepared some documents and submitted projects, and actually we enlarged R10 national road, and also we did some gas works. We provided gas connections. We have the area of 30 hectares, and I would like to thank the team that is with us. I would like to thank Anton and Artur from the Ministry of Economy, who practically were pushing us, please speed up, in order next year you will start work based on the 50 to 50 compensation bank. We would like to thank the gas bank. They opened the scroll accounts very quickly for us, and we managed to accomplish some works without waiting for the spring season. Now we have additional capacities for 19 megawatts, and we will start preparing project documentation on water connection. You asked me what is important. We speak about greenfield, not brownfield, because we start our project as a greenfield. And we have a resident with us. Actually, it will be the plant. There will be potato processors, and they will produce potato meal. And we are planning to build it very quickly. The first lines will be accomplished and commissioned this year. The red tape will be cut this year. It is thanks to the consolidation of our team. We are in the territory of Cherkasy region, Stepankivska Gromada community, and representatives of Gromada are very supportive. They always hear us. They're ready to organize public hearings to discuss this or that matter. They ask us whether we are ready to job place our locals. They say no doubt. And also we signed memorandums with GEIPP-II. It is our educational establishment that will prepare professional staff who will actually have different thinking compared to the old generation, old generation workers. And we understand that this is also very critical. If you speak about partner, investor, client, what is important first of all to have a ready infrastructure, and also it would be nice if Hromadas could, because also I'm a deputy of the Cherkasy region council. We assist Hromadas to prepare Hromada development concept. They should include strategic plans, connections of utilities, because we are supposed to invest 500 million in order to update the infrastructure. This is the calculations made, and probably with time even it will be higher, because we have a different situation with the interest from the bank, etc. Actually, we work with different funds. Also, grant was made available. Agro, it's $1 million.
Ядерному була вже створена приймальна група додатково. Обладнання вже везено і чекає будівельних робіт. Заважає тільки одне, заважає поки що тільки погода. Навіть війна не заважає, бо ми рухаємося паралельно. Незалежності від того, що відбувається, ми повинні рухатися. Тому що, якщо ми зупинимось, то ми ж закріпимо. Це наша думка, нашої команди, власника. Не дає нам зупинитися.
It's important not to stop. Our owner is on negotiation session abroad, and he tries to get ready by the time Ukraine get victory, and we could actually roll out eco-park operations. It's interesting to listen to position not only of the banks, but you as the borrower. Also, my background is banking. Not only the businesswoman, bankers always would like to have the ideal client with ideal financial flows, with a perfect collateral, and they should be very compliant, but with the investment projects it's not the case, because 18 months normally it needed in order to produce equipment. For the next phase, production period will be 24 months, but the first tranche to be repaid in 6 months or 9 months. We also very thankful to banks in Ukraine. Thanks go to Ukrgazbank, Ukrsimbank, to Pumpbank, Credit Agricole, and Oshadbank. They work with us, and actually they're very supportive, and they give us loans for the working capital, and we need investment programs, because we understand the investment also is so critical. This year we produced a lot of foodstuffs, that is so-called borscht stuff, packed, and you know what is the pricing policy, because the cost of Vegas from the field, plus energy costs, plus because now we have blackouts, also we have generators, 10,000 tons of potatoes are kept as a stock, and we should keep them at low temperatures, so we use generators to keep this temperature. We understand we should envisage a lot for the future, because some people say it's classy that, other businesses should keep up and support the infrastructure for the eco-environment parks. But it's nice saying, also we submit grant requests for the European programs under UNIDO. We are also very thankful for UNIDO, because now we actually have a full idea what is eco-industrial park. Without UNIDO support provided earlier, we could not have a good understanding what is really eco-park, mainly such basics as it should be based on the circular production. We should be environmentally friendly with all our projects. That's why the ideology of our park, we are not just looking for the partner. We would like to have the partners who are familiar and operate the circular economy principles. Thank you very much, Roman. Natalia, you see, you have raised a very interesting topic for discussion. When, for example, we worked on Khmelnytsky Industrial Park, I was a deputy at that time. There was one proposal to start the potato processors production, and we were laughing. The point is, earlier we had a proposal from one entity on potato processing, and we were also a bit laughing at that time, but then we reframed and redesigned the project, and now we are ready to have such a potato processor as a resident of our eco-environment park. The point is that this production will be a good competitor to the similar producers in Hungary and Poland. We also raise potato varieties on our own. We have the crops rotation schemes, and we planning to open training centers, and we would like to have the cluster economy here. We are in Stepankivsky community. We have also another community next to us, and also we could enlarge the park and also to enlarge it to the area, to the territory of the neighborhood community, and we will have a larger processors opportunity, and we will using the benefits of the cluster economy.
Є ще важливий момент, я би хотів доповнити.
I would like also to add that I disagree only with one point, that at that time I told you that we rejected the potato-related projects in my area where we work, but for us, I saw many times together with Artur and Anton, we did discuss it, that industrial parks limit immediate entry of the residents. They don't like them, they're too small, they don't look like we want them to look. But what we are waiting for, the point is that we have lots of national investors, and we should use this opportunity. Also, this should be done in the framework of the strategy. But no doubt we should not step aside from any other opportunity opened. On one side, this is, you are right, but on the other side, for example, next to me, I don't want to have a sort of an actor, entity, company that cannot be next to me, and this company is not in line with the environmental assessment norms, because we produce foodstuffs and we should not violate any rule, because we build, we design, and we understand what quality of products are to be exported and what import replacement should be in place, what quality certificates should be given. You know, a bit sometimes sort of a pre-screening, selection, it's okay, because we understand we have lots of ideas, and construction companies. If, for example, we had a talk with the participants, because the construction company said, okay, we have good ideas, we would like to enter your park. If you don't produce any chemicals, well, okay, but if you actually get, and for example, you have a biogas plant, then we will take all the waste from the neighborhood and we will use it. A bit it's not the good story for us. But it's a bit, I understand that, but profiling, we understand if your main focus on the foodstuff production, next to you there should not be chemical producer. Oksana, floor is yours, Executive Director of Kavlitsky Furniture Cluster. You have a good experience on a cluster cooperation in the framework in terms of eco-industrial parks, how it helps you to adjust to all the challenges, how you build your business into available chains. Colleagues here did share their experience, and Roman mentioned that there are two objectives to be reached: institutional capacity, either on the part of the managing company or any who manages industrial park, and on the other hand, to find the residents. But we actually were funded as a Lviv furniture cluster, regional amalgamation that cooperates. It's a sort of a company, produces furniture, and here it appears that there is, Maxim mentioned that we have had parks, it would be nice to find somebody.
прикладово, як наш кластер,
For
ми
example,
заснувалися
in
тільки для
our
того, щоб
cluster, we were
підтримувати один одного, не
founded to give a
конкурувати, а
mutual
створювати
support,
більші
not to compete,
можливості для
to
компаній.
have a
Ми
better
представники малого і середнього
opportunities.
бізнесу.
We have small and
І
medium
спільне зростання,
companies.
тобто хоча б якогось статусу
So
середнього,
the growth
стандартам,
in line
таких
with the
інших речей,
standards.
це теж фінансові витрати, які
We
отримують
understand if
підприємства.
every
І дуже часто, власне, теж було згадано, що є
grow.
певні
We
обмеження для малих,
understand
для
that
середніх,
sometimes
речі
there
більше
are
для малих,
certain
тому що є
limitations for
фінансові
small
недостачі компанії для того, щоб
companies
могти
because
відповідати тим чи іншим нормам. Як
they
ми вийшли з
cannot
цього?
be in
Ми не
line
є
with
учасниками
some
якогось
norms.
індустріального парку,
We are
але ми
not
ведемо активні перемовини з
participants
цього приводу.
of any
Але ми вже маємо
eco-industrial
вибудовану
park, but we are
екосистему взаємодії між
negotiation.
компаніями. Ми
But we have
здійснюємо спільну
developed the
промоцію. Ми
ecosystem
об'єднуємося, коли
for
мова йде про аудити,
interaction
сертифікації
between
чи
all
інші
the
речі. Ми
actors,
об'єднуємося в
auditing
групи, що ми є якби
certification.
організації.
These
Ми
are the
об'єднуємося в
topics
консорціуми
that are
і йдемо на спільну
mutually
сертифікацію, на спільні аудити. І це
discussed,
для
and
нас є
normally
важливо.
we
Так, ми
build up
регіональні, і це теж
consortium when we apply for this
вибудовується
or
трошки
that
легше логістично,
structure.
коли ми не вибудовуємо це по цілій Україні, хоча
So
зрештою
also it
працюємо з
much
цілою Україною.
facilitates the
Є
business
виробники тих чи інших матеріалів в інших регіонах.
because we have
І,
very
очевидно, ми це
many
працює.
different
І тут з точки зору
materials
власне розвитку екоіндустріальних парків і
and
такого
from the
використання
viewpoint of
кластерного механізму, ви дуже гарно
eco-industrial
згадали
parks
насправді про кластерний
development,
підхід і кластерний відбір. Але досить
cluster
цікаво, що
approach
в
and
Україні існують вже кластери,
clusters-based
яких
selection.
просто варто
It's
якби
interesting,
залучити,
but the
використати їхні
point
теперішні
is
напрацювання і інтегрувати їх в індустріальний
it's
парк.
nice to
Тому що, в
invite
принципі,
the
навіть якщо
clusters
уявімо, є
with
вже
their
ядерна компанія, уявімо,
experience
будемо
as a
говорити про меблеву
residents
утопію, я можу
of
говорити
the
про меблі. Є
eco-industrial
ядерна компанія, то
parks. There are
обростити
anchor
цю компанію
companies
іншими подібними компаніями, яка може
actually around
доповнювати
this
ланцюжок
anchor
постачання,
company you
які
may have
в
more
нашій практиці навіть
companies
є така.
and
Тобто ми
in
виробляємо меблі. Моя
our
компанія виробляє
practice
вуличні
we
меблі.
have
Є
we
компанії, які
produce
виробляють
street
корпусні меблі,
furniture.
м'які меблі
There
і
are
так далі.
companies
І ми
which
виходимо
produce
на закордонні ринки
soft
спільною
furniture
пропозицією. Ми
and they
закриваємо
get
повністю
to
контракти.
the
Ми виходимо,
outside
тобто ми виходимо вже не
markets
конкурентами,
with
а
the
взаємодією.
joint
Як би було набагато
offer
легше, якщо б ми
and
були десь
it
плюс-мінус територіально
facilitate
ближче,
the
хоча
process
не можу скаржитись, але виробничі потужності, наприклад,
but
можуть рости, можуть створюватися
so
спільні виробничі
production
потужності. Про це ми з колегами зараз
facilities
говоримо.
could be
Вчора ми мали
placed
такі
in
збори
different
нашого
places
кластеру,
that
теж
could
про
have
майбутні кроки, як ми
different
плануємо далі рухатись.
capacities.
І коли я сказала, що ми треба
When
було
I said
подумати в
it
напрямку
would be nice
індустріального
to
парку, хтось каже,
think
ну так, ти
over,
хочеш організувати щось
you
таке,
would
як
like
соціальний
to-
клей, склеїти нас на одній території.
Actually, you would
Десь
like
воно,
to produce
ймовірно,
the
так воно і
social
звучить
glue
насправді, та? Тобто
and
зробити
glue
такий
us
соціальний клей.
together.
Зрештою,
Yes, a good
у нас
example
є,
will
наприклад,
be
обрізки дощок від лавок.
also we have
І ми
lots of
віддаємо їх
cuts
в
when we
бо
produce
в
wood cuts when we
професійно-технічні навчальні
produce
заклади є нашими
street
учасниками так само.
benches
Ми віддаємо, вони
and
роблять
we
з них аксесуари.
give
Підставки,
these
якісь
cuts
під телефони,
and they
для мене це
produce
обрізки, які ми
different
десь мали спалити або десь
accessories
викинути.
that
Вони
could
створюють
be
додаткову
used in
додану
the
вартість,
interiors
і вони мають
and
соціальне
they
підприємство, і вони вже
actually give
продають. І
more
це вже про
value
цей, власне,
to
симбіоз,
these
який можна робити
wooden
на базі
chips
парків.
and it's a good
Тут,
symbiosis
власне, така порада
that
для
could
тих,
be
хто
made
адмініструє парки, або
based
тих, хто
on
створює
the
з точки зору
eco-parks.
владних структур. Користуйтесь сервісами кластерів або ініціюйте
Actually,
їхнє
those who are
створення, бо в
interested
нашому
in
випадку
work of
Львівська міська рада була таким собі
eco-industrial
невеличким
also
ініціатором. Ми
engage
зібрали, посадили одним столом, ми подивилися на нього, що, в принципі, ми можемо бути конкурентами і сваритись, а можемо використати спільну вигоду. І так, вже 3 роки ми успішно розвиваємось, ростемо і виходимо на закордонні ринки спільно. Бо моя компанія – це мікробізнес,
My
та? Інші
company
компанії –
is
це середній бізнес.
microbusiness,
А
but
ми
we
виходимо в
have
спільному проєкті і закриваємо, наприклад, готельні комплекси по всій Європі.
medium businesses in
Дякую.
our cluster.
Гарний приклад.
A good
Можна
example.
поаплодувати, дійсно.
Let's applaud
Чи є
our
питання?
panelists and a
Когось поки
question.
немає. Так, є
When we
питання, в
have
принципі,
no
до
questions, there
всіх.
is a
Зараз перейдемо
question
до
to
них.
all of
Але
you.
зараз, закінчуючи
But
кластери,
wrapping up the cluster-related discussion, also Natalia mentioned that actually what is a good, what could be an ideal resident for the eco-industrial park. Oksana, my question goes to you. Actually,
резидентів, сервісів еко-індустріального парку. От ви говорили, з колегами, так,
you had discussions.
і що про це думаєте?
What do you think all in all?
Кілька таких більших компаній, які вже належать до категорії, наприклад, середнього бізнесу.
We have many companies which are mainly medium companies. They are based in different territories and their line of products is enlarged. Sometimes they don't have enough areas, territories, but there are also individual
на межі тих чи інших спеціалізацій конкретних компаній.
Orders, and sometimes it's necessary to
як би краще це реалізувати,
work in cooperation with us. If, for example, we could open we could add an additional shop in the eco-environment park where the cluster is a constituent, how to open this additional shop. For example, with this resident, there are designers, and if, for example, you know, all this will make additional value, and the ready product with the value added, no doubt, will be beneficial for the industrial park all in all. Many people are looking for jobs, and we do retraining, occupational retraining, let's say on-the-job retraining, and we understand sometimes it's very time-consuming to post people 150 to 100 kilometers to the training institution. It's not cost-effective. We would like to thank all our panelists. What are 3 critical requirements to make eco-industrial parks bankable, projects bankable and attractive for funding?
Є проблеми.
And what problems behind? First of all, a clear vision for the development, because at the level of communities, not many have a good understanding what is eco-industrial park and what is the difference from the industrial park. With the managing company and the initiators, there should be a good understanding of the steps to be made in order to have this transformation. Also, there should be a clear strategy what will be the outcome, where we will go. Secondly, there should be the infrastructure that could be funded by the eco park itself or by the community, or external resources also could be invited. And thirdly, there could be a clear strategy of advocating the eco-industrial park values. The point is that not all the investors also sometimes have a full know what is eco park in contrast to industrial park.
найважливіше взагалі
As the most important for all of us, those who give support for the eco-industrial park development, there should be changes in the philosophy. Industrial park, a good example could be, maybe it's not with the eco-industrial parks. Yesterday in the administration we had a roundtable discussion. We discussed the ecology, river and water reservoirs, ecology, that is environmental protection. It's a critical issue. And what was important, the message I gave to our stakeholders, what will be inherited by our children. Today, actually, we are fighting for the Ukrainian independence, and we are very much thankful for them for this. And we should have a good understanding. We should also think about our children, what our children will inherit from us. That's why we should actually think about the philosophy at the level of mentality, and this will much facilitate translation to the eco-industrial parks models.
З моєї точки зору, це чіткий план, який згадував Максим, по цілі, чітке розуміння кешфлоу, який може досягнути індустріальний парк в найближчі кілька років, але власне не тільки через стандартну бізнес-модель, але з урахуванням додаткових сервісів, які можна привнести в певну вартість всіх інших процесів. Друга річ – це
all the value-added processes. The park will be developing only in case when we have sound residents, and this will reduce the overall risks of the park and the good symbiosis.
Але не в такому ручному режимі, а в такому більш природному режимі. Тут я знову ж таки повертаюся до залучення кластерів в ці процеси.
No doubt, it would be nice if clusters are invited in these models.
Ви знаєте, я хочу підтримати колег.
Actually, I fully support my colleagues, and it's necessary to give a good understanding for the overall community. What is the difference between industrial park and eco-industrial park? Eco-industrial park, it's actually the entity where we actually produce value-added chains.
Тримати цю ідею, що ми щось робимо і щось продаємо. Ми вже
For us, earlier we based our operation that we produce something and sell. But now we understand that we should produce added value.
Гарних сусідів. І тобто ми можемо самі зробити і заробити, да?
And with this we could get good earnings. Eco-industrialization is exactly the chain.
Я вже не хочу повторюватись. Те, щоб скоротити
викиди,
скоротити логістичні маршрути, створити додану вартість, створити кластери, держава, коли ми отримуємо і лідія, які ми отримуємо послуги.
Also, with this you may also cut the time for obtaining this or that services. It is transparency. Investors don't think in terms of hectares and acreage. They normally think in terms of quality. When there will be the recoupment, because gains are very important. You know, we should change the ideology, first of all. And they are ready. Morally, physically, emotionally, we are ready. All is needed is the victory, and then we will have the line of investors. And the government also was very supportive because they actually allowed us to have really working in eco-industrial parks, because earlier we had only discussions, and now we have very good examples how it could be set up and built up. We understand if, for example, we have the norms and rules that's supposed to be given for 10 years. We understand that in future 10 years period, no changes to cut this support to be made. And hope we will cope. Thank you. Any question? Actually, we have a question from any question from the floor. If no questions, let's thank our panelists for their details, for their stories, the way you do, how you made your clusters and eco parks growing and developing. And now we have 20 minutes coffee break. At 3:30 we will be getting back to the conference hall. We will have the closing panel. Coffee break, 10 minutes.
Друзі, запрошую всіх повертатися від кави до наших дискусій. Шановні колеги, учасники, прошу повертатися до нашої конференц-зали. А включіть мікрофон другий, будь ласка, пані Олені.
Шановні гості, учасники нашої конференції.
Participants of the conference, please come to the hall and we will proceed our discussions about eco-industrial parks, about development. So we hope you had a sound rest and now you are revitalized to return to our discussions. Two panels left, the last part of our annual conference on Eco-Industrial Park 2026, and we will speak about the issue why Eco-Industrial Park is a lucrative business model, and we will speak about the suppliers of the services. And please, our colleagues, please invite everybody. And we will start greetings to those who participate online. I would like to remind you that all the questions may be posed in Telegram channel specifically created for this conference. So let's shift to our panel discussion number 5. Those who didn't participate, please start. And the discussion focuses on practical model of eco-industrial business park. So we invite Serhiy Fedoruk, the founder and CEO of Key Group. Mr. Serhiy, give him a hand, please. Mr. Valery Kirillko, CEO of Industrial Park of Ukraine. Anton Filatov, Vice President on Strategic Development and Grant Policy of Association of Eco-Industrial Parks of Ukraine. Svetlana Berezina, the President of NGO Żywa Planeta, Live Planet. So in the previous planet, we spoke about market possibility and investment potential of industrial parks and conditions created by the state from the party of business and integration into the global networking. But in business attractiveness is defined also by economical model and service providers created around residents. So the next panel will show how it is lucrative to business and to service providers who are working with the developers and residents. So let's start with questions. The first question is to Serhiy Fedoruk. Mr. Serhiy, last year you spoke about practical pluses of the business models and service providers. Did anything change from your view? What kind of economic effects you may witness this year? Thank you for the question. I think that now we are more bold in our understanding of the policies. We are more transparent. Why? Because we started to invest and we see how the investments work. And transparency came when the expenditures increased in eco-industrial parks in contrast to industrial parks, and it leads to less ownership. You pay more, you spend more to exploitation, to operational expenditures, and you didn't invest into program decisions. More or less, you come to understanding that eco-industrial parks, as well as UNIDO models of eco-industrial parks, they are more focused. The basic difference is the organizational systems, the schemes which can be elaborated in eco-industrial parks for ecosystem logics to operate. Also, I would like to focus on what we see this year. The people who involved, they obtain the basic understanding what is the cluster of eco-industrial park. They start to use the terms, the concept, without penetrating into the essence of the term, into the meaning. So we should learn, we should conduct trainings, and if you allowed to be free with terminology, it's a problem, because we have de-evaluation of the terminology, we have chaos. So generally, now we have more understanding what's going on, and we understand that we should be trained. And what about the demands on professional staff, for professional staff? This is a complex question, because professional services should have professional client who understands the need, the demand. There are some complex professional products which should have professional clients. So do we have any changes? Yes, due diligence, audits, in optimizations, we see changes, and huge projects are built only in infrastructure logics. From the point of view of industry, there are no such projects, but they are being projected, and some of them started. What business possibilities you see, or how to decrease operational expenditures? For whom, sorry? Generally, for partners within the park. So the residents within the parks, they are consumers of logics implemented by the management companies. So Valery will tell you a couple of words about it, but they implement the logics of eco-industrial park. And in eco-industrial park, this is ecosystem logics. This is a complex issue which should be worked out at the conception level, and it is realized during exploitation of the structure. So we insist on the point that if the client would like to see eco-industrial park as a model, it should be laid down as a concept with the model of an extra stimulus implemented and so on. So ecosystem logics is different to system logics. You have the rules, and the residents may voluntarily come, taking the rules, and the management company should trace the rules, optimize the rules, so adopt the rules, and the architects of the logics is the company, and the residents are consumers. So for the residents, it is important to decrease energy resources and to decrease waste, to optimize costs, logistic costs. So we have one of the partners to whom we advise to split the anchor resident, which is in the center, to scatter the technological chain, to organize it within the park. For example, if you have the package and if you buy it somewhere, the operator of the package is very much interested in a small plant which is organized within the center of your park, not to simplify logistics, to simplify film distribution and so on. This is a small example, and it is important to identify it and to split it into components, as the components of values. And the management company should do with it, the consultants, those people who create additional values for the industrial park. And the question is to your partner. So thanks to what tools your associations would like to attract more financing to the residents? Thank you. I would ask technical guys to show the slide. There is a good possibility to present our project, actually the platform of Investment Foundation, which is called Industrial Platform UA. Please trace the slide. What is the essence? We are doing a kind of combined financing thanks to investment funds, credit funds. And this is what was discussed at the previous panels. Banks are involved, international stakeholders. So it is important to draw a line between the risks. Banks are not going to undertake them, as well as financial residents, having the lack of financing, as well as grant foundations are not ready to fully cover the costs. So we create the tool which makes it possible for our management company, for our partners, for communities to involve mixed budgeting. So when we are in the middle with consortium, we create consortium within the participants of the program. We apply for the new grants as Horizon, for example. So we are not waiting for foreign investments. We are not waiting for private local investments. We are doing the first steps to form the platforms. So we would kindly ask Hromadas and management companies, initiators of parks, to join the project and to commonly do quality projects. So you mentioned about local Hromadas. So how it is, how you are cooperating with them. We assist them in terms of strategies, take it into consideration European and national policies in terms of smart measuring of the region, take it into consideration human capital, the logistics of Hromada, and this is how we help to form the portfolio for registration of eco-industrial park. And at the level of the modeling, we propose the ways of financing to have more human capital through taxation and so on. And what concrete changes of your industrial park took place for the last year in the way of transition to eco-industrial park? Thank you to all of them. I am Valery Kirilko. I present the group of the companies Industrial Parks of Ukraine, the company who registered 45 units. And in 10 parks, we are management company. And viewing it in general, so the interest is twofold to eco-industrial park. The majority of people ask what eco-industrial park is, why do we need it, and they are very much pragmatical in evaluation of eco-industrial park. So when we register eco-industrial park, we understand that there are some taxation benefits from the state, and for many people it's a bit vague format which is not put in law, in legislation. It's for them there are some complexities with the integration of the issue, and we propose this concept with the explanation that there are two constituents in it, economical and technical. So many people are interested in technical part. And with the term eco in it, they understand that there are green technologies implemented which are added to industrial parks. And this transition, technical transition, or adding to industrial parks, this is a kind of the forced transition. What does it mean? When we process the concept of eco-industrial park, we, for example, think about purification of water or solar panel, but they actually stress that these are additional costs. So here we have the source of electricity or the source of water supply. Why should we spend extra for such things? But when the Shaykhid devastated the pump station, they immediately become active and they start think about eco-technologies in water or eco-technology in electricity. So many parks today started to do with the solar panels or gas pump stations, and we then start to explain that this is the feature of Eco Park. We will do some extra job for you for the future to be lucrative, because today to say that we can't say there are some specific results, because there are new contracts signed and the time pass to have this reasonable economic idea. In UNIDO concept, there are 7 parks and 2 are registered. 5 of them are not registered. So it's very complicated to speak about transparent statistics in eco-park implementation. Everything is in process. Are there any changes? You actually add some eco-indexes to the demands, or they are some basic demands? Look, I'm just returning to what I said. On the basis of our practice in the parks we had, we preliminary say that there are some clients they need additional assessment, and we buy some extra pumps, some water purification systems in advance, and on this level people understand that they should add something to the understanding of eco-industrial park. Recently it was a training on eco-industrial park planning. So we spoke about risk dissemination and the story of approaches. We split the park into technical zones responsible for specific thing, which make it possible for park to be more economic. Sometimes we campaign the parks on the basis of old industrial zones, and people understand that we should preliminary have electric audit due diligence where electricity goes to make it more effective, and we assist people in it. Thank you, Mr. Valeri, and we will go to some perspective of NGOs. Mrs. Berezina, you last year spoke about some perspectives. What is the stage with the how are things with the standards to the eco-industrial parks funding? Good afternoon, I'm Svetlana Berezina. I present NGO Жива Планета, Alive Planet. Our organization is a partner of UNIDO within the frames of the project, which is the organizer of the conference. So what about the standards? I heard today many ideas about eco-industrial parks, and I am very much clear about it because we do not have legal framework, but we have the bold strategy of industrial park development where the definition of eco-industrial park is present, and there is the standard accepted, and it is very much active, operational. It defines the criterion of ecological class of industrial park. There are 3 of them. Silver, gold, and platinum. There is the bold feature of minimal standards to industrial park and some extra demands depending how many points you will gain, and the calculation will go the way according to specific formulas. There are some reasons for it, but let's say within the context of one standard, using one formula, we define to which ecological class this industrial park belong. Some extra things, some extra issues I had today, they are the issues of ecological initiatives within the frames of industrial park activity. Some other park which exists or which is planned, it is in the focus of the management company, and management company defines the reason, the possibility to follow the criterion, and there are qualitative and quantitative indexes to what class we are leading our park to. And the project focuses on some practical recommendation while collaborating with international working group, and we are, as the manufacturers of the standard, we provide consultations, and we make a project of recommendations for park according to technological decisions and according to the decision within the system of management based on international standards, how to gain these qualitative and quantitative indexes. This is first of all. Secondly, the standard of certification may be taken for realization by the park, and the due diligence company should come, which will provide an audit in order to find out whether the park meets the demands of the policy. So this internal environment is very much vivid. If you would like to claim your park eco-industrial, you should have specific due diligence document, and it's a normal practice. Some other strategies which declare that it is ecological one, a product, a service provided, which do not meet the demands, this is greenwashing, or this is a vague strategy. So I ask you kindly not to go along this way, but only follow the normative documents available. You may work with them in the process of implementation. It can be kind of recommendation or revising. So we kindly try to follow the task of our UNIDO partners to follow the international frameworks for eco-industrial parks, take it into consideration Ukrainian legislation, because according to many points, this is a must to be called eco, because our state has high eco standards, and we cannot say that this is a standard one. Minimal level is not eco one, and in solar energy, for example, wind station, it is not an eco one. Eco predicts the list of criterion to be followed. What concerns financing, I put a question in the morning to our first panel, to honorable people who are decision makers on the level of the state. What kind of financial motivators available? We heard likes and reposts. It's very good that we have them. I do not just claiming it is a joke, but at any rate, this is the demonstration of leadership, which is very important because you may obtain competition here. Why? Because the question of ecological efficiency is very important. I see the banners of ESG here. If you are eco-industrial park and you would like to attract investments, you may demonstrate your standards. It means much, because this is beneficial credits to be developed, and this is attracting the investments as well as reducing the risks. This is the indirect benefits or cost benefits. this is the friendship of community. You would like to do the industrial activity, and it definitely influences the community. But when you say to Hromada that we would like to be eco, we will have the certificates, we will have the international framework, we would like to get the gold certification. This is about loyalty, and you should understand it. So eco-industrial park is a part of the standard in terms of high points, and it should focuses on manufacturing of products with the best quality characteristics, or which is ecological one. So we are not speaking about organic production, this is another story, but let's say furniture manufacturers. This is a good track of industrial parks, and if you manufacture production which meet the ecological standards, you work with forestry, for example, with understandable origin, you follow ecological standards on furniture which are implemented in our country, as well as in European Union. There are criteria on forestry production. You obtain competition here, capabilities in it. Then, according to our organization, you may do procurement and so on. And we have a specific frame which can implement green procurement. And this is the demand of European Union. They have specific policy in it, focusing on green innovations and high social standards. So you are in trend with it, and it will be implemented with us as well. We also have some green procurement of clients, and we are doing with it, so please help us with it. So with some construction production as well, the ecological activity of yours means much here, because you are not only doing with the waste of packaging. This is not about the understanding of the term, but this is about understanding of eco-philosophy, starting from the product till management, and the system needs the competence of the management company, and Hromadas should understand how it should work. So I'm just speaking easily about it. So we should understand how it works, and what kind of lucrative formulas may be implemented, just without direct funding. So would like to stress that IGS standards means that you obtained beneficiary credit, and the green investments will have other conditions than free business. So this is your competitive side as well. When you come up with the product, it means that this is less cost efficiency strategy are implemented in terms of cost for water and other stuff. And this is your leadership. The ecological risk will decrease, and those parks who will think about the environment, who will think about labor working at your territory, we should take care also about market, and we should manufacture ecological production in Ukraine, which is more on demand, and the state may support the clients as well, and we will understand that this is more about safety, chemical safety, radiation safety, and so on and so forth. And in this complex, it may work right now. And we should not wait for updating of legislation. We should not think about ecological norms implemented. Right now, we have international project of assistance which supports this activity. For example, doing with waste, implementing the new technologies. So right now, I would like to say that we are searching the partners for Horizon project. And in October, it should be implemented. More than 9 million euros on construction activity and processing construction materials. Again, would like to say 9.5 million euros are given for the build project, on specific build projects constructed on the lot, which may be lucrative for the client. And this is our track, green reconstruction, green working places. This project should start right now. Thank you.
Any question? Svetlana, thank you very much. Any question from the floor to the panelists? If no questions, if you have something to add or anything to add, 1 minute. You mentioned innovations, technologies, and our association actively cooperates with Academ City. This is a National Academy of Sciences. We are planning to have a single window between businesses and science because what is available with the research and development institutions, all this could be implemented in Ukraine through the co-financing arrangements, grant and investment arrangements, technology, spin companies, or they could transfer technologies. And it is very important to be competitive, and we understand that it's necessary sometimes to invite different foreign technologies, but we have very good developments and solutions, but there are certain barriers between science and business. Sometimes science is not fully aware of what is in the interest of business, and sometimes business have no idea what is available in the science scene. I will be brief to elaborate on what we have discussed, specifically Svetlana's speech. Eco-industrial parks, the sphere of industrial parks, of normal, traditional, its concept exists here in this country from 2013. More talks we have with industrialists. I'm fully aware that people have no idea what is eco-industrial parks. And in my opinion, that in our next steps, when we will be actually promoting the idea of eco-industrial parks, they should be based not on the management companies, but a little bit different focus to be. Because for us it's important that the outcome will much depend on the residents' contribution, actually those who will make up the components of this eco-industrial park. When we have, for example, such a process, when we are promoting eco-industrial parks, firstly, it should be a mass campaign and to be delivered in a simple words. People should have a good understanding, because we have many requests for registration of eco-industrial parks. Many months ago, they heard, okay, eco-industrial parks, we have 3 hectares of land, we are ready to work on the eco-industrial park development program. Actually, they did not look in the documents, they did not know all the requirements. We should use a very simple words and phrasing for 90% of those who ask what is eco park. Sometimes people believe eco-industrial park, it is the solar plant, and that's it. And the point is that in the description of the eco park, also there is the social component. They have no idea. 1/3 of the document covers social-related topics. Once again, in our next phase, when we are promoting eco-industrial park development, this should be mainly focused on the work with the industrialists. Industrialists should actually be more aware what is actually an industrial park. Thank you very much. I would like also to add, here I participate as a panelist on this session because from 2022 our company is the participant in the UNIDO programs, and our experience testifies for the fact that those who would like to set up the eco-industrial park, it is necessary to have a good understanding what for they would like to do this. Why not to fence, for example, certain area, to start one shop? Why you would like to have eco, what is to be done, and why you would like to do this. Actually, all the instructions are available how you may do it, what parameters he should be in line with. But the answer is in the financial model, in calculations of all the proposed solutions that were voiced by Valeri, cogeneration plants, heat pumps. It answers the question how, but why? You know, here is the issue of financial calculation, technical designing, overall eco-industrial park model. And then you will have the answer, what you will be doing. You will just fence the area, or you will start the eco-industrial park. That's why you see, if people don't have such understanding, you know, all goes false. You know, it means if you have only prefix eco, it will never mean that you have a real eco-industrial park. And you know, some people having this eco as a prefix mainly have a good intent to have some financial benefits and incentives. The point is that it's very important to be a real industrial park, a real eco park. Why do you name your entity eco-industrial park? It means at the very beginning, when we work on the concept, it's important to give the answers. Financial calculations are important. With this, you will have the financial model for your eco-industrial park. We would like to thank Sergei Fedorek, Valery Kirilko, Anton Filatov, and Svetlana Berzina, We are closing this panel discussion and hope that after this panel, everybody will be more clear about eco-industrial park development and all this story. And now let's get back to our last panel session, sixth panel discussion, that is transfer from the traditional classical industrial parks to eco-industrial parks. Among our panelists, Deputy Director of Certification, Standardization and Quality, Lyudmila Terещенко, Trivium Packaging Ukraine LLC, lead technical expert of Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Center, Alexei Tchaikovsky, Sergei Gutsol, head of the Agro-Vinagro cluster, Dmitro Ufri, Director Managing Company, Molfar. Also, we much welcome questions from the floor as well from our online visitors. Actually, how the model of eco-industrial park have impact on the economy, on the operational activity, their costs, services, and how all this in line with international practices, how all this enables them to have a better access to the international resources. Actually, last year, when you had a speech, actually we were discussing requirements for the eco-industrial parks. And my question is how actually work in the frame of eco-industrial parks, how it affects, what is the effect on other underlying issues, how it brings you closer to European markets. I'm the Deputy Director of the Trivium Packaging Ukraine company. We are represented by two companies in Bila Tserkva and in Chernivtsi region. We produce metal packaging for foodstuffs, and we are a part of a Trivium company. It's an international leader of metal packaging producer. And in course of our discussions, there were lots of talks about benefits that are with eco-industrial parks, and giving the answers how all this impacts on compliance to international standards. Our story started back to 2020 when we were proposed and offered to sign the agreement for our participation in eco-industrial park. At that time, we have enough data collected on energy consumption, on waste utilization costs, and we did implement it already certain actions, but our cooperation with UNIDO actually changed our mentality. And here, when we discuss what are the impacts and of eco-industrial park, actually compliance to the standards, actually all this knowledge was brought to us by UNIDO, because UNIDO organized trainings, and with this we have a better understanding on requirements. Secondly, building up the energy efficiency production model. And I heard earlier in our earlier sessions that as to the solar panels, green energy, We have all this, but energy efficiency, it is savings. It is solar energy savings. We should build up the model, and this model is delivered by UNIDO, and this model allows us to identify who are our main consumers, and then to have a good understanding at what level we are in terms of energy efficiency. Unique resources were provided by UNIDO staff. They delivered good advisory for us how to build up this system. Energy auditing, because we don't spend resources for the energy auditing. When we work in the framework of the eco-industrial park, you have a sort of a very valuable resource. Energy auditing actually is with you, and when you have the information on this, then you could improve your processes. Many thanks from me to Andriy and Anton, and thanks to their efforts, we have actually much better indicators because we improved the energy efficiency of our production by 22%. We have business benefits as well. We have a very good savings, and with this we could channel them to the other areas. Eco-industrial parks, it is not the individual approach because it's we understand that there could be a good outreach with the other companies. Actually, in our park, also we were very open, and we were ready to share our opinion, our experience with other residents. In the framework of UNIDO programs, we obtained lots of good ideas how to use waste. We have also lubricant wastes, how we can actually use them to transfer them to the other company. Actually, handling with very many kinds of wastes. All this information was transferred to us by UNIDO. We understand it's necessary to build up model, and then it's important to develop energy efficient production. It is exactly the model for the eco-industrial park. And next step is that we should not forget that for us it's very important, not only business interests, our interaction with the society, with the communities, with the environment, because with the neighboring companies, with the social neighboring infrastructure, it's important also to participate in environment support actions that some. We visited one school, and we actually had a sort of interesting session because our school children do know pretty well how often, for example, you should clean your gadgets. They know a lot, and we were very much surprised on a high level of knowledge. Eco-industrial park, it's a very broad concept, and it gives lots of benefits for the company, because with eco-industrial parks we could use a strong UNIDO support. It is always with us that also generates benefits and positive outcomes. Thank you very much. Thank you. We would like also to specify eco show responsibility and accountability. Here the question goes to Alexei Tchaikovsky. He is a lead expert on a clean production, resource-efficient production. Companies which implement such approaches, sometimes at our conferences and forums, participants ask, what will be the benefit for me when I transfer from the classic eco-industrial park to the eco-park, from the classical industrial park? Actually, what will be benefits? Maybe costs will be down, or production will be efficient. And these questions are often asked. Could you elaborate on it? Good afternoon to all of you. So actually you asked not a short question, but I will try to answer all the items mentioned. I actually presented the resource clean production approximately 20 years back. We started our activities, and this methodology was implemented at many companies for the resource efficient and clean production. All you know that production normally is linked to the costs and losses as well, because all losses should be also accounted. Resource efficiency and clean production, it's a good indicator that shows whether the park or the company could be treated as environmental friendly, or and this company could be also treated as the eco-industrial park. And I'd like to highlight some cases. All you know that every company would like to have a success. They would like to have growing incomes and profits. It's very good to have lower costs and to have higher incomes and profits, to have sustainable supplies, to have sustainable distribution markets, and there are very, very many other benefits that could be cited. Companies could be split, companies which know what to do and they do, companies that do know something but don't do, and others they don't know anything and they don't do anything. Which companies are in the better standing? It depends, but there are clear proposals how you can say it is an efficient production, what will be the objective assessment, or inefficient. In the classical industrial parks, it's the same story. Ludmila mentioned these, that earlier they had made certain solutions which allowed them to have a more efficient production in terms of energy consumption. Sometimes they ask what's the decisions are very critical for the companies. From our experience, 20 years experience, it is clear that when people heard the word combination energy efficiency, everybody actually dived in this. When people heard eco-industrial parks, everybody was ready at the time to dive in this topic. But out of 400 companies with whom we did work, maybe there are 24 of companies where they have a system-based operation. They actually invite relevant resources that are channeled for their needs.
So for the simple industrial park, and this is the resident company, to be effective, it is important for residential company to follow specific demands, to obtain specific certification in order to shape the status of the park from the simple industrial into eco-industrial. And our moderator reiterated that I should provide samples. I would just split them into, again, gains and faults, would say, from our experience. Again, would like to add some that think that energy efficiency is pointed out often. People would like to think about it more. We lose heating often, and it is very vivid. Less people draw attention to waste, to materials, to the usage of water, and to some wastes from the production. And this is one of the indicators, one of the criteria for transition period into the category for more safe production period. And I have some examples from the water supply usage. People in Kiev and Kiev region know that water is the most valuable resource. We do not have a good water. So the plant spend water, they pay for it, for wasting, they paid for it, and they do not have some additional water supplies. People do not pay attention to it. And there was the situation that they use much technological water, then they get rid of technological water, just to use some for manufacturing. We actually did some jobs at this enterprise, and we just compare how much water is excavating from the well and how much is put into waste in 2 times, actually. 190 meters a year, and twice for waste. For you to understand, this is the 4,000 barrels of the railway caps. So this is what they explain, that they provide water for the territory. Okay. So we promised that we would learn this question, and we find that they dismiss water, and there are some objective reasons for it. So they excavate water, and actually the costs for electricity was low, the cost for excavation was low, and in financial reports it was not so much substantial. But such factor as water can tremendously influence the ecological system of the eco park. So sometimes we see how the management of the company react on the right questions for the right situation. One of the enterprise, not far from Kiev, located, actually they were producing packaging, and this packaging was a cardboard packaging, And actually, we were thinking how they calculate the balance from the income and outcome production in terms of waste. And we ask what kind of measuring they are using. So, and it turned out that it is impossible to compare square meters as to the tons. And we were very much surprised that in a week's time, from our calculation, they installed weights systems and they weighted the production, and their waste becoming 25% less, speaking in terms of cardboarding. Just installing waste and the balance systems. So this is how they follow the strategies, and scaling the product was very positive. So can you be a bit fast with the stories? And some positive example, you know, that it is very easy to paint with the pressure. And at one of the plant, we proposed to use different system, but compressors, and they refused to do it. In 2 years, they addressed us with the idea, what you propose to us. So in their report, they spoke about different technologies, and in 2 months, they remade the lot, and they use much paint, so they get rid of compressors. And their system becomes 70% more efficient. And this is a positive example. This is, before doing something, one should ask people who are experienced in it, or who knows how to do it, or probably read about it, or are experienced in it. A very good company in concrete materials production. They are very much equipped, for example, the perfect order. In plant there is code, they have specific equipment, automatic equipment. And the automatic equipment follows temperature modes. So we were asked to think about heating in the production plant. In months we came back, we approached plant, and they have gas radiation heaters, and they told us that they spent too much time gas, but unfortunately they do not receive heat from heating, from gas. So in 2 months they actually went to stick to our strategy to use our heaters. This is the point. And I would like to add that this methodology of resource effectiveness provides a kind of a kick for people to think differently. Thank you. And one properly put question facilitates transition from ecologic to eco-industrial park, from industrial to eco-industrial. what decisions in eco-industrial parks are most valuable to inspire residents in contrast to traditional industrial parks? Thank you for this question. Thank you for being invited in this discussion and to speak. Before answering a question, I would speak a bit about our success, how it happened with us, how we transit. Molfar Industrial Park is in Terasova village at the territory of the former enterprise, Soviet enterprise. Unfortunately, it collapsed and the building residents were split between different participants, which started manufacturing tables and stools. These are the peculiarities of our regions. We are located in the forest, so there were people doing with forestry, and after Soviet period they changed the qualification. The market was connected with the eastern part of Ukraine, the Luhansk, Donetsk, Zaporizhia regions. We processed much of forestry. We produced tools of high value because they potentially bought much and they actually took everything for granted because there was a high demand. And in 2014, things stopped, and we were to find new market. We are in Transcarpathia, not far from Europe. We try to change our qualification, but closer does not mean possible. European market demands the price, the low price, much lower price than in Ukraine, the quality. And for sure, the scope of production was very high. And we were working, trying our best, but something got wrong. In 2022, thanks to the situation, we became the participants of GEIPP program from UNIDO. And they started working with us, starting doing trainings. They were working with us for long because they started breaking barriers in our head that the things could not go this way. So the consultants from UNIDO were working with us, the guys from Sergei Fedorenko group. So they broke the understanding of production existing in our head. So we switched from this strategy into the genuine understanding of the production. We provide due diligence and the audit of materials, and we started the transformation. Because Europe needs quality products right now, our enterprises spend less forestry, we produce more quality product. We change the machines, we changed the view, we installed solar power stations, we became independent, and we organized our work in a quality way, and our enterprises are competitive at the European market. They operate in European market, and they are good players at European market. So today our CEOs are in Poland and they sign contracts about the commodity. This is how it's possible to reorganize our views, our activity. And what is most important here? Just answering your question, this is the integration of energy resources and to understand how the energy resources may be used effectively, to understand how to integrate energy resources, how to manage resources. We understood that the timber may be calculated in extra. We understood that CO2 may be processed additionally. We started thinking about ecology, social policy, and quality of management. And we focused on coordination of decisions. We became a cluster of stools and tables. We do not copy the work of each other. We exchange the roles with each other. Up to the end of 2026, we would like to organize our processes in the way that we are doing with timber, for example, in forest, using the lot, the forest lot. Then the timber after processing is handed to the second enterprise for processing, and the final product is done by the third party, the third enterprise, and it is sold to Europe. And this is the result of our reorganization and how to effectively use purified manufacturing. Then we had many wastes. We used to have many wastes. We used to have many chips, unfortunately. They sold stools and tables. And the second thing, they actually sold wood for heating, firewood. Now, at the end of the 2026, we thought how to organize properly the work, starting from the cutting of the timber and ending with the selling of the timber. We planned to open manufacturing the brackets, chips, and we planned to build a heating station in order to provide the residents of our cluster with the heating, because we need heating badly to heat timber. And would like to add that what kind of demands Europe have. This is FSC, UDR, if you understand how complicated is it. Each our participant, starting from the timber processing to selling the timber, they are acquainted with FSC residents, local residents, and I think we will be developed in future. Thank you. This is a very good example of the production spot, and I think that many clusters are thinking about your practice. Summing up, much was said about clusters and how the work of the cluster cooperation influences the access of the enterprises to the market, how it fosters the partnership. Thank you for the question. It's complicated to speak about.
You know, the point is that sometimes people are curious to understand when it's better to have your speech before lunchtime or after lunchtime, before coffee break or after coffee break. And in order not to have you sleepy here, actually I will be brief, and I represent agro cluster.
Прототипу французького кластера найбільшого ІТГУРа аграрний. Ми думали, що створити просто кластер – це успіх успішний прийде сам, але це не так. Дійсно, ми пройшли дуже великий шлях вже на моменту створення до сьогоднішнього дня. На сьогодні ми об'єднуємо 67 учасників.
We have 57 participants in our cluster. Our idea is that not to have a number, but to have efficiency. And also we signed memorandum with the African continent countries, because we firstly in the history organized Ukraine African Forum, and we showed how actually continent could develop, and we showed experience of Ukraine on digitalization and green development, and Maxim Petrovich is the head of the Department of Vinnytsky administration. We work closely with the civil and military administration. So there are very many actors, and here I say that we are not only doing business, we try to bring close Ukrainian research and development effort to businesses and to make businesses effective, and in the environment and in which we are now, competitiveness is the issue, and with this, when you are competent, you may easily enter the European markets. For us, it's important to make all the companies successful. Companies facilitate their transformation on the path to the European norms and standards. And when we started our first supplies, grain supplies, and certain lots actually were stopped because Romanian control services said that the grain has a very high content of certain elements. And here we realized that it is, necessary actually to have reformatting of the classical development templates to the new templates, and over the past 4 years a number of agricultural companies have been transferred. In all these companies they have solar panels, and it's nice because biogas plants, they are very costly, and in order, for example, to process the agricultural waste, because when you have the sunflower wastes, actually they could be used for different heating systems, and the wastes became more valuable when they were treated before. So we realized that there is a high demand when we have more and more such plants always become very demanded, especially when we have continuous outages and even blackouts. The same situation is with water. The point is that the moisture resources in Africa is 2 times higher than in Ukraine, but many companies today, I mean agricultural companies, they face the situation when they have water moisture shortage in their fields. So for us it's important to transform our companies in line with the eco companies, and we have industrial parks. Dysterica, it was initially planned to reshape it into the eco-industrial park. We worked on its distribution markets, and it is very close to Moldova border, and we work closely with Formatia Eco-Industrial Park. Also, our attempt is to enlarge our partnership, planning to organize such a meeting in Vinnytsia with the existing current residents and invite other actors that could readily enter in eco-industrial parks. Please be brief. And now you see many companies are interested in exports, then started transformation in line with the environmental standards. And this is briefly what I plan to say. Sergei Gutser, Agro Cluster leader. So Lyudmila Tereshchenko was with us, Alexei Tchaikovsky, lead technical expert of the Resource Efficient and Cleaner Production Center, and Dmitro Onufriev, Director Managing Company Molfar. Thank you. And we have finally a very brief panel. We will be trying to wrap up and make conclusions. The Deputy Head of Industrial Parks and Investment Support, Ministry of Economy, Environment and Agriculture, Anton Andrienko, the stage is yours. As well as coordinator on industrial development from UNIDO, Christian Suzanne. Anton, well, briefly summing up our conference, wrapping up, I see that our event was a success compared even to the last year event. We had lots of heard lots of interesting discussions within one panel. It means it makes all these panel discussions very interesting for all the visitors. And summing up what we have heard today, I should say that industrial parks is an instrument for the economy development, instrument for the processors development. This is an instrument for increasing GDP, also improving environment, all in all. And Vitaly Kondratiev mentioned this in one of the sessions. Dmitro Kiselevsky also mentioned. In our register, we have 113 parks, but working industrial parks, those number only 30. You know eco-industrial parks, it's a high level of what could be launched in the country. It's nice to have the status of the eco-industrial park, because we have heard how many benefits are with the eco-industrial parks compared to the classical ones. And we realize that it is the key to the European markets. For the Ukrainian economy, internal market, actually it is not the objective. Important to provide foodstuffs for the local market, national market, it's good. But if we speak in terms of development, export potential, it's important we should transfer from the for us, it's important to sell not raw materials, but ready products, very different line of products, and actually not timber materials to be sent to Europe, but high quality wood products that will meet the demand of the customers in Europe. And for us, it's also important to understand that Ukrainians work patiently on what they would like to know in details, and Ukrainians are ready to learn. Eco-industrial parks to be considered as the mechanism of how Ukrainian producers could enter the world and European markets and be competitive, to be not only, because we understand we could treat with our products not only Ukrainians, but we could treat also customers outside Ukraine with Ukrainian-made products. And when Ukrainians are outside Ukraine, if they see many Ukrainian-made products, it's really a big honor for all Ukrainians. Christian, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much for your participation in this event. You've been a great audience, and it was for me also an eye-opener once more to see how much Ukraine could achieve in such challenging circumstances. For me, the key take-home messages are: investors in industrial parks have realized the benefits of becoming an eco-industrial park, and therefore they're adopting eco-industrial park principles and approaches. They range from adopting resource or making investments into resource-efficient and cleaner production at the level of individual tenant companies in an industrial park, to engaging, to cooperating in industrial symbiosis, which is then facilitated by park management entities, and by park management entities making investment into renewable energy and the deployment of waste-to-energy approaches. The eco-industrial park concept is also recognized and supported by government at the highest level. This is evidenced by the adoption of the national standard for eco-industrial parks. Right now, I would say Ukraine is at a crossroads, at a critical stage where governments now decide on the incentives that can be offered to companies which are willing to go the extra mile to become an eco-industrial park. We saw some very vivid discussions on this topic. Once these critical decisions have been taken, they have to be communicated as broadly and as transparently as possible to keep the momentum and to allow for a countrywide uptake. We want to see as many parks as possible become eco-industrial parks and become certified as an eco-industrial park. And the adoption of the Eco-Industrial Parks Law, with its dedicated chapter on eco-industrial, of the Industrial Park Law, with its dedicated section on eco-industrial parks, will further corroborate this process. The certification against the National Eco-Industrial Park Standard allows a park management entity to prove to national and international investors in a credible way that the park can demonstrate a higher environmental, a higher social, a higher management, and a higher economic performance. And in this context, it is worthwhile that the way your standard, your national standard is structured, a very high level of congruence can be expected with the new international standard on eco-industrial parks, which is going to be promulgated this year. Looking at the financial sector, national development banks and international financial organizations have dedicated budgets to co-finance green industry investments. Consequently, they are open to finance investments into the transformation of industrial parks in eco-industrial parks, as long as these investments foreseen are aligned with their strategic orientation. The caveat is, the parks must be creditworthy, they must have a clear vision, they must have a very transparent and well-elaborated business plan, the necessary credibility, and they need to provide equity. Looking towards the future, building back better will require industries to do more with less. Producing for international markets constitutes an opportunity, but it also adds additional requirements and complexities. In this context, becoming an eco-industrial park does not only make environmental sense, it makes business sense. It makes very strong business sense. And the eco-industrial park concept is recognized globally as one of the instruments for achieving a circular economy and will thus also contribute to accelerate the approximation of Ukraine to the acquis communautaire of the European Union, and finally, a full integration of Ukraine into the markets of the European Union. From the side of UNIDO, I would like to congratulate you once more on your deliberations today, and I would reiterate our full commitment to continue cooperating with Ukraine on its trajectory to support industrial parks to become eco-industrial parks. Дякую.
Thank you so much. Дуже дякуємо.
Секундочку, ще одне. One more time. I want to say thank you to our partners, to Christian, to Cesar, to Anton, for our partners from SECO, for you doing for Ukraine, for this project, because it's really important to Ukraine to see our future today, to be prepared for this future. So thank you so much.
Дуже дякуємо.
Теж дякуємо всім, хто реалізує проект GEIPP-II Ukraine.
To thank all of you, all those who contributed to organization of this event. We would like to thank UNIDO representatives, Swiss embassy and Swiss government representative. Thanks a lot to all the participants for your engagement. Before, if any question, please, we may actually do this during our networking sessions, but family photo, it will be a very nice closure for this event. Please, you are kindly invited, and here we will have our family photo. So, because actually the banquet is ready, and we will have sweets and wine. Nice that you were with us. I thank all participants, our online, offline visitors. If any question, please easily communicate organizers. Thank you.
За участь і бажаємо приємного вечора.